Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the EACP Virtual B2B Aerospace Application and Technologies Conference and Matchmaking event. First of all, let me thank you all for attending this virtual conference. I am Arturo Anton from SPRIT, the Business Development Agency of the Basque Country, located in the north of Spain. I am the coordinator of the Basque node of the Enterprise Europe Network, the world's largest support network for small and medium-sized enterprises with international ambition. The network is active in more than 60 countries worldwide, and it brings together 3,000 experts from more than 600 member organizations, all renowned for their excellence in business support. We have organized this EACP Virtual B2B in collaboration with EGAN, the Aeronautics and Space Cluster Association of the Basque Country, EACP, the European Aerospace Cluster Partnership, the Sector Group Aeronautics, Space and Defense, and the Enterprise Europe Network. And I would like to take the opportunity to thank all the organizers who have contributed to the success of this event, in particular, René de Groot, from the Netherlands Chamber of Commerce, member of Enterprise Europe Network, Netherlands. This morning, we will participate in this welcome conference, where first-line speakers from EACP, the European Commission, and some of the most important companies of the sector will present the perspective and new opportunities for the aerospace supply chain. The EACP Virtual B2B Aerospace Application and Technology Matchmaking event brings together companies from a large number of European countries and allies and offers them the opportunity to make valuable contacts to find new topics for international cooperation along the entire value chain of the aerospace industry. The B2B meetings will take place this afternoon and in the morning and afternoon of the 2 following days. Let me give you some figures. This morning, we have to update the data because the number of registration is increasing. We have 916 participants from 51 different countries. 722 persons are participating in this conference, and 421 persons have scheduled meetings. The number of scheduled meetings is 131. But as I say, this number has increased in the last minutes. There are also 946 pending meetings. For this reason, I would like to ask all the participants to check their agendas and accept or decline this pending meeting because it's important to have good meetings organized. The conference that will start now is divided into 2 sessions. That will be moderated by Frank Janssen from the Netherlands Aerospace Group and Juan Tomás Hernani from the Basque companies Atlantis. I wish you a successful conference and good luck with your meetings. I hope they reach to fruitful collaborations. And now I have the pleasure to give the floor to Frank Janssen from the Netherlands Aerospace Group, who will be the moderator of this first session of the conference. Frank, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Arturo, and welcome everybody to this event of the EACP. Good morning to all of you, and it's great to have you all attending in this first panel. My name is Frank Janssen, and I'm heading the National Aerospace Group, the Netherlands Aerospace Group, which is the national association for the industry and institutes that are active in aerospace and airport development. Our business is more than 80% export, and that is why we are an active member of EACP. They help us to connect our members to the European ecosystem of aerospace. And today's event is a good example of what EACP, together with its members, can bring to the sector. This morning, we have organized 2 panels for you, with expert speakers who will bring you the latest information, but also you, as participants and audience, can contribute by providing us with your questions that we can bring then to the panel. I will start with panel number 1 that will last until around 11 o'clock, and then Juan Tomás Hernani will take over after a short break of about 15 minutes with panel number 2. I hope you will have a very interesting morning with new insights that could maybe help you to determine the strategy of your enterprises. As clusters, we see mainly 3 groups within our ecosystem. That is the research establishments, the large companies, and the SMEs. all of them are very essential to the European ecosystem of aerospace. But all of us are facing a huge challenge. First of all, sustainability. How can we do it? How can the EU industry play a role and benefit from it, bringing prosperity in terms of employment and new innovations? Number two, how do we bring all the required technologies together in a much faster development process? And number three, first of all, how can we survive the crisis? So all of these challenges and dynamics of SMEs, they play a very different role. So this topic will be addressed in the speeches of this panel by three presentations of experts who will look at it from their point of view and, of course, different angles. First of all, I would like to introduce Klaus Müller. Klaus Müller has almost 35 years of experience as senior advisor at various aerospace multinationals. He is cooperating as senior advisors for instance, Bionic Productions or Fraunhofer IAPT. They're all very active in additive production technology, but he serves also on the advisory board of Aviation Week conferences and, for instance, also on the Abu Dhabi Aviation Summit. And to date, Klaus Müller is the senior advisor at Aerodynamic Advisory, and it states when aerospace expertise matters on their website. So that is exactly what we need today, Klaus. So I would like you to give you the floor and explain to us the opportunities and support for aerospace, European aerospace SMEs. The floor is yours, Klaus.
Thank you very much, Frank. Let me share my screen in the beginning. I hope you all can see something. Yeah, thank you. First of all, let me thank you as the organization in the EACP to give me the opportunity to share my screen. Do you see the screen? Can I get a feedback?
Perfectly. Okay,
good. So let me first thank you for being part of this incredible aerospace industry event here in Europe and share my or our views with the European cluster community. As Frank already mentioned, this is an incredible group, and I heard in the beginning that there are more than 900 people listening to this. I think this is a great sample to bring our thoughts together to cope in this incredible surreal times we are living at the moment, and prepare for the future, for a future which will at least look very different. And at least no presentation, and especially no keynote presentation in this COVID times, cannot at least stay away from this white elephant in the room. And we need at least to speak briefly or extensively about the situation on COVID, during COVID, and hopefully after COVID. So first, let me begin with some numbers about the actual situation of the flight levels, or the level of flyings, the level of air traffic in the world. So everything is at least here in this chart compared to the 2019 level with a 7-day average. And you see that there was a significant drop at least last year in April. Then it recovered slightly, and the big domestic markets like North America and China recovered much faster. China was even in October last year already at the pre-COVID levels in domestic travel, and North America is at least only short before this level right now. So we are see that there is a recovery, but it's a slower recovery than everybody expected. In the beginning of the crisis, we all expect a V-shape crisis, but the situation and the vaccine development showed us at least that this is a way serious crisis for the aviation, for the air transport industry, than we all at least expected in the beginning, and now we have to live with all the changes, the shifts to new technologies, and so on. Moving ahead, what do we think about the near future? And we ran last year as a company of aerodynamic advisory. We ran an extensive assessment about the situation. We spoke with, I would say, more than 200 people throughout the industry and tried to understand and forecast with our own model the future. In the beginning, and I like to share this anecdote with you, because in the beginning we had a controversial discussion between the US team and the European team, because the Americans didn't take it too serious in the beginning, and and COVID was always really in a heavy impact here in Europe. So we as the Europeans, we've seen the world much darker than our American colleagues. This shifted over the year, vice versa. Then it turned at least down the opposite, and the American colleagues were really depressed in the third quarter of last year. Nevertheless, we finally agreed at least about the forecast model, and we developed 3 different scenarios, and you see here the outcome, which is saying, and the orange bullet. Yeah.
Can I ask you to switch over to presentation mode with your screen, because I think that we only see the first slide.
Oh, because I am in the screen, in the share modus. Okay, good. So let's take this.
But we do not see the presentation mode. We only see the let's say we see your we can see it, but there is still a lot of modification around it. But if you just follow the slides exactly, then it will be all right.
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
So I wonder, because I'm seeing here the presentation mode. Do you see further charts?
Yes, we see now the slide, the second slide.
Okay. So in total, we are expecting to come to an end of this story chart, is with the at least implementation of vaccine strategies all over, especially led here in North America, or led in Europe. We see that there is a recovery to come in air traffic, in air transport, and this is, in our assumption, in our forecast, we expect that we will reach 2019 levels not before the middle, or maybe if we are looking a little bit more positive on the situation, we see that maybe in the second quarter 2023, but maybe also in the third or fourth quarter, that we are coming back on the pre-COVID levels. But this will definitely mean that we are arriving in a new normal. The new normal will look very different, and I give you at least one quick example for this. Look what we are doing right now. We are sitting here all in front of our screens, and sitting together, and we are sharing our thoughts. We are sharing everything what we can share with a virtual platform, but we are not traveling. So we have 900 people sitting here in front of the screens. And if I would adjust that these 900 people would usually travel to a conference and spend the time together in social contact, this would mean that the airline industry, or the air transport industry, will have a large revenue out of this. Unfortunately, this is now invented, and we will see a large number of future events, future conferences, future meetings, which will then transfer to a virtual mode, and especially the intra-corporate travel. The intra-corporate travel means at least that these are the trips between the locations of a company, and I'm sure you already also dealing with controllers, and these controllers will remember the good old days in 2020 when the travel budgets were down to zero. And though we will see in the future definitely a switch towards more leisure travel and business travel, especially intra-corporate travel, will be slowing down significantly. And this is something where the industry, especially the air transport industry or the airlines, has to cope with. Bringing this scenarios together, we anticipated at least also what does this mean for the aircraft production, because this is, at least for you guys or for our supply chain, the most important subject.
Klaus, it still doesn't work. I'm sorry. It does. I think it is the screen that is copied. So I think that YouTube sees another screen than Teams.
Do you see this screen right now? This is the aircraft production screen.
So if I don't see it's changing on YouTube.
Oh, okay. I have at least only the screen on Teams. So sorry, I can only share the screen of Teams.
Yeah, I think that's what we have to deal with them. But
what do you see? Do you see now the chart with the overall production?
I see, of course, the Teams screen. But if you look at YouTube, then I only see the first one. So
okay.
I think you have to continue your story based on the fact that not everybody might see the picture.
Okay, so I'm very sorry for all YouTube visitors that you cannot follow the charts, but I promise whenever you contact me later on, I can share the presentation with you, of course. So coming at least to the aircraft production, this is at least one of the leading numbers, which is very important for the supply chain of the industry. We used all the information we had. We used everything at least to. Now I'm thrown out. No. I'm not sharing my screen anymore. Is that right?
You don't see that on YouTube. I think they start to share your PowerPoint presentation.
Oh, I see.
On YouTube.
Okay, so
just continue your story. I think they are managing.
Okay, so in terms of the overall production, we see that there was a significant drop from nearly 2,000 aircraft production in 2019 to 800, less than 800 at least in 2020, and this number will climb slowly but steadily towards a pre-COVID level, which is not reached by earlier than 25, 26, if we are living in a proper, or at least more travel intense world again, or in our new normal again. Interestingly, we will see a significant shift towards the single aisle production because the single aisle, the domestic travel, and especially the leisure travel will take the lead within the next within the next 3, 4, 5 years, and all manufacturers are starting to prepare to increase or to prepare for more narrow body and single aisle production. Wide body production is hit significantly because we had an overcapacity before COVID. Many experts knew that, and this is now sorted out. And with this still very strong disconnection of the large continents by travel bans, by travel restrictions, we will see a slow recovery and in the wide body production over the upcoming 5 to 10 years. So pushing back, so we discussed this intensely, and last week there was this huge Airbus announcement that the Airbus surprised the industry with plans to significantly increase the production rate. And it was not at least out of nothing, because Airbus prepared the supply chain before COVID, at least also for 60 aircraft and 60 and more aircraft for per month. Nevertheless, this is now whatever in the middle. This is now in the middle of the pandemic, and then Airbus is now preparing the industry to work towards more production, and they see at least a robust air travel recovery. And we spoke last week with them, and they gave a clear signal that they believe that there is a strong recovery, maybe a stronger recovery that we are anticipating, and they want a clear signal to the supply chain that the supply chain has to prepare and has to invest. I would say, from my perspective, that Airbus did do this with their supply chain over the last decades intensely, that they prepared it upfront, and they at least to work with their supply chain to make sure that their deliveries can happen with functioning and a proper defined supply chain. And of course, they also want to pressure the market because their competition, I'm sorry, it's Boeing mostly, they are really depressed. I would not say even distracted at the moment with the MAX disaster, with the COVID in the aftermath, and they are still struggling at least to make a decision to get at least a new aircraft on the start to compete with Airbus and in the battlefield of a narrow body. And I think last week they announced something which sounds a little bit like a 757 replacement they are considering. And of course, with an A320, they can at least accelerate their cash flow or their inbound cash flow, which would be definitely at least good for all of this. And as mentioned, they like to push Airbus, Boeing to launch a new aircraft. Also, the MRO supply chain is at least working towards a return. We see in the US a very busy heavy maintenance activity over the last I would say 12 months. In Europe, it's a bit mixed. Some heavy maintenance organizations are really doing fine. They are full, and but some are really struggling. And we heard also some signals that European airlines already started or have removed some base maintenance slots from their suppliers. Asia, China, from our perspective, it's fully recovered, and the engine MROs are also a little bit mixed signals overall. They still have headwinds from the green time management impact, which is used in these times where still a lot of airplanes are on the ground, and engines could be used as a green time substitute to avoid cash flow towards an engine MRO. On the component MRO, we struggled a little bit with the forecast, but we are still thinking that 5 to 15% in 2025. In 2021 would be a good number to anticipate how component MROs will recover this year. And there are a lot of noise made by the P2F conversions, and several STCs are now coming to the market, especially with the focus of Asia, where this huge cargo setup is finding its culmination for passenger to cargo conversions, and all the big base maintenance and heavy maintenance players are now preparing to update their portfolio with passenger to cargo conversions over the next years. But coming at least to one of the key topics, we spoke over the last 15 months with many, as mentioned, many players, many suppliers in the industry. And we of course asked them and then try to find out a little bit more about their supply chain strategies. And we asked them what do they think about the number of suppliers, what is about their ambitions of vertical integration, should they use low-cost countries? The cost issue is always a topic, and single sourcing, and of course also do they work at least with the tool of active supplier replacements, also using of JVs and supporting suppliers through this really stormy times. And interestingly, we heard many times that they wanted to reduce suppliers. They want to
5 minutes remaining.
They want to get
5 minutes remaining.
updated. They want to reduce the numbers. But interestingly, when we asked this question in more detail, in more depth, it turned out they want a less supplier, but they want a less contracts. They want to have high quality, high on-time requirements, and these KPIs are definitely much more dependent for the OEMs and for the tier ones than the number of suppliers, the pure number of suppliers. They want to have larger suppliers. They want to have bigger suppliers with more content on their contracts. Also interesting, they asked, at least in many times, that their players should work towards more low-cost country usage. The single sourcing topic was thrived as a tool which is used during the crisis, because then they can consolidate work packages, and they will definitely soon, when the crisis is over, return to a multi-source strategy again. And what we think, and this is our input on this topic here, is there is a challenge 2022, because at the end 21, many government fundings will be stopped, and there's a lot of European government funding in place. Also, the US are funding the industry strongly. And will this lead at least to a wave of liquidity shortages or insolvencies? So we will see. So I guess the year, or the first quarter 2022 will become a very interesting year for the supply chain. I was asked also to deliver a quick overview what is happening, at least in the technology. So we put together our thoughts, our top line product technology trends, and of course the biggest noise is coming from green propulsion, and we are using green propulsion as I would say our keyword, our buzzword for emission free. And we see that there's a lot of activity. There's a lot of public funded activity and the electric propulsion. And maybe later on, maybe 10, 15 years later, hydrogen and fuel cells will find its way towards the industry. But these are long-term trends. We should not make a lot of noise, or we can of course make noise about this green propulsion topic, but this topic will not change the industry significantly within the next 10 years. These next 10 years are at least much more affected by the Industry 4.0 and advanced manufacturing topics, like model-based system engineering, which is definitely targeting to shorten the development cycles of aircraft. The Internet of Things increase the shop productivity and all that stuff. So you need to give me at least one more minute. And these topics are at least driving the industry, and they could be implemented throughout the industry in a short term. And this could at least lead to much lower, or to reduce the cost. And this is important for the upcoming future. There are, of course, also in the avionics and electronics topics, the batteries, the MEMS, the connectivity, broadband. These are topics which are definitely need to take care if you are an SME, because these technologies lead at least, they will lead at least towards a better approach for small and mid-sized companies, because you have all the opportunity to prepare yourself in this ecosystem. And I think in the Industry 4.0, or in the digitalization as a general buzzword, there are a lot of opportunities where you can at least develop your cost base in a much shorter way than to wait for the next big thing in the green deal, or in the green or in the electric propulsion arena. So in the near term, to sum it up, in the near term, we see that for an SME or for small and mid-sized enterprises, there are a lot of opportunities in the next couple of years, even without large investments, to become more digital, to liaise, to connect much more with your supply chain and with your clients, to improve at least the connectivity and improve the transparency of your production for everybody in the supply chain. In the midterm, of course, there are these huge opportunities in green propulsion and in evolving avionics and electronic topics. But you have to be aware, it takes a while. It will take 5 and more years to prepare. So you should definitely start this adventure to go into these topics, to deliver the right skills when they are needed from the supply chain. And to finish it up, so the OEMs and tier ones, they consolidate their supply base. And of course, this is definitely something which will happen in the post-COVID world. But they wanted to have at least suppliers. They want to have vendors who are larger, who are more diversified customers. They have a broader industry base to cope with ups and downs and with crisis. But this is something every purchasing manager of the world will tell you when you ask him. And at least there was one thing which kept thrived our mind, that using low-cost countries, using at least a lower cost base would be an opportunity many companies should think about. This is what I like to produce. Sorry for running a little late, but I think this was due to the technical reasons we had to cope with. Thank you very much, and if you need anything, let me know, and I will provide you with the presentation.
Well, thank you very much, Klaus, of sharing your view on the opportunities actually, and the possible consequences and choices that you could make in order to survive the crisis and to step over into the new world of aerospace, which you have shown that will pop up. I think that going back to the normal as we know it, knew it, let's say, for 2 years ago, it's probably not going to happen. So I think it's a good information that you provided us to help us to predict and to make choices for the future. I'm looking at the questions that are coming in. You touched upon it very briefly, but maybe it's good if you go a bit into more detail about the consequences of the shortage in electronic components, because it will have its consequences, of course, in the new aircraft, but also in the MRO. Can you give some insight in that on basis of what you know now?
Yeah. At the moment, we haven't heard that there is too much shortage in the aerospace, but I expect that there will be also a shortage, because all other industries are suffering shortages in the electronics and in semiconductor deliveries and so on. Maybe we should ask then later on Airbus and then Boeing the question if they are starting to prepare their own production, because this is the reaction of the automotive industry, that they are starting at least to build their own supply chain. So I haven't heard at the moment too much of shortages of electronics and chip chip supply in aerospace, but I am sure this will come, and this will then maybe become one of the distractors of Airbus plans to increase the production. Sure.
Okay. Thank you. Another question that came in is about the use of, there will be more personal aircraft. So do you think that the spreading of more personal aircraft will change the aviation usage modalities and so the entire market?
I should be not sound too cynical, because and maybe I'm getting too old. I'm now in the 35th year of in my career in the industry, and I hear personal aircraft since 35 years, and I'm pretty sure this will happen sooner or later. But I have still rather significant doubts that our certification processes and our authorities can cope with this. At the moment, we are really struggling to implement or to bring new airplanes into the air because the certification process is heavy, it's complex, it's very expensive, and this is slowing down the development of aircraft significantly. Yeah. And I have significant doubts if I would have whatever an aircraft sitting outside at the street and would now whatever try to fly from my home to downtown. I have to pass a lot of examination and I have to pass a lot of grades to do that, yeah. to make it proper. I see the biggest shift more in the traffic on the ground, and if we are able at least to cope with autonomous driving on the ground, then I am sure then we will find a way to cope with more individual airplanes or flying.
Okay, well, that's let's say that's an interesting remark. So you connect it to another modality, and when that is autonomous, then maybe the next step. Okay, well, that's an interesting one. Well, thank you very much, Klaus, for sharing your views with us. I hope you will stay with us for the questions maybe at the end of the panel. So please stay with us, and then we will move over to the next speaker. And the next speaker is Anna Maassen. And Anna Maassen is the EACP network coordinator, as it is stated on the website. But I think that doesn't describe the value of Anna for the EACP. I maybe would like to call her the European cluster magnet. And you know, the interesting thing of a magnet is if you bring small magnets together, they will become a stronger magnet. And that's actually what she does. So she brings together the entire SME community with great enthusiasm and professionalism. And she makes it stronger. And to determine the value of the EACP in the crisis was, of course, something new. But the EACP learns fast. And that's also, let's say, the characteristics of SMEs. They learn fast and they adapt fast. So I'm really happy to give the floor to Anna Maassen, who will tell us about the role of the EACP in the current situation. Anna, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Frank. Well, first of all, I don't know what to say for this compliment. Thank you. But I think that's more the position that EACP has than the value that EACP has for all of us who work within it. So good morning, everybody. Good morning from my private apartment into the world. My name is Anna Maassen, and I work for Hamburg Aviation since 2014. I coordinate the EACP, which is a network of aerospace clusters. Currently, we have 48 aerospace clusters of 15 countries. And first of all, I would like to show you a brief movie about the EACP that gives you, now it's hung up, an idea what we're doing.
And I cannot hear the noise.
Yeah, actually, it looks completely different than the moment we have prepared it beforehand. So I'll try it again. I don't know. I cannot click the button computer sound, including as we have prepared it.
I think it's better that you start the presentation because showing a movie is always very complicated. Unless
that's why we have prepared it beforehand several times, but it looks now completely different than we have done it before. Okay, so I'll switch spontaneously into I have switched off my movie. I'm sorry that you cannot see it. It's a pretty nice movie, and give you some words about EACP. Yeah. I'll start again. So now I'm there. I have blended out some slides because I wanted to show you it in the movie, but now I took them back again to give you a full picture of EACP. So EACP is a network of aerospace clusters. As I've already mentioned, we're coming together to share our knowledge, to encouraging growth, supporting innovation, strengthening relationships. The idea is that we're bringing together everybody who's involved in aerospace clusters. So, of course, the cluster management, but with them, the companies, so the industrial perspective, and all governmental levels, from regional to federal to European levels, and also the research and innovation institutes, the universities. So everybody who's somehow involved into the aerospace sector. We're doing joint projects, we're coming up into working groups. So we're all teaming up to work together. What are the EACP goals? What is our perspective? So we're coming together to learn about market development within the EU, but also internationally. We have, yeah.
I've been asked to ask you to share the PowerPoint with Hekan because they can't see it on their screen.
Okay. Maybe now.
Yeah, I don't know. I see them typing at the moment. We can see you now on the YouTube channel.
I'm wondering.
And I see the PowerPoint on the YouTube channel. So I think they managed it, Anna.
Okay. So I'm wondering why it looks different than when we have tried it out before. That's a little bit weird. Okay, I'm so sorry. Yeah. Well, we're on cluster management level, teaming up for joint projects to work from cluster to cluster. But we're doing this, of course, to at the end bring together business to business, to bring together research partners, but also companies, so the industrial players. And at the end, we try to influence European policy with the idea of what we have about the aerospace sectors to design calls maybe a little bit more suitable for especially SMEs, and to also allow funding requirements to be more easy or more attractive for possible projects. And also on the European scale, we promote regional competences and capabilities. So now this is just a short picture to give you an overview about who EACP is. As already mentioned, there are 48 aerospace clusters spread all over Europe. We're not only speaking about the European Union, as you can see, we have our friends from the UK, but also Switzerland and other partners who are not directly in the European Union. So we're speaking about the European mindset. So the original idea of this, of what I'm telling you is we're now in a times of crisis. So what has happened? The situation is or was as following. There was this breakout of this new virus in the beginning of last year. We all know that some countries were hit harder or earlier, and the situation changed quickly from medium to high. And the other way around, and returned back in waves. So something that we haven't experienced on that scale before, and something that was completely new for us. The consequence were that we had lockdowns everywhere in many countries, and this was crucial. The lockdowns were meant to avoid a collapse of the health system. But if we're, for example, looking at, or in this case, looking at the traveling, there was a full stop of traveling, as you can see at the chart at the right, in the time scale from the month into the number of flights or flight movements. In blue, you can see what we had before in 2019, 2020. So something that we were used to. It was ever since air traveling an increasing number of movement. And suddenly there was a completely drop down almost unto zero. So this was extreme. And of course, this had also consequences or massive consequences for our industry because of the massive reduction of passenger flights. There was of the complete shut of borders at international traffic, there was less demand for new aircraft, which meant a slowdown of production and a delay of deliveries, which had consequences for the supply chain, less demand from their side. And at the end, for those countries who had the possibility, a short-time work, or if not, even redundancies. So very, very, very hard consequences. Regarding the field of R&D and skills and qualification, the change is, of course, a little different because they're at least mostly publicly funded, but also there is a full stop of fruitful meetings with the side talks that normally had taken place at project meetings, classrooms, etc. And those effects might not be seen immediately, but they are also crucial for coming up with new projects and a stop of what we have for what we beforehand had to foster our innovation potential. So for everyone, there was the crucial need for comparable occasions to come together and to meet new players or old ones that you want to take up contact. And EACP was asked to somehow come up with a possibility to do so. And that's why we're here today. Not really in one room, but at least later today and the next days face to face to have again those meetings. We're all aware that it's not the same quality, but I think most of us have experienced that there's still much quality in it and can be beneficial to have those meetings also virtually. At least it's better than nothing. Yeah, so what was needed in times of crisis? We soon experienced that the information was the main point that was needed in times of crisis, to have a flow of information, of course, mainly between industry and public authorities, because what are they asking for? What kind of support do they need? Who concretely needs the support? How can the support look like and where to get it? Because at the end, companies will ask for cash to survive. The industry from the state, but this information is also needed from industry to industry, so along the supply chains. And this is exactly what EACP could offer, the channel for communication between the industry, so especially for the SMEs to the state, and to reach out for the right recipients so that the right people learn about the needs and also can help. But this goes for all levels, so for regional level, for federal level, but also for European level. This information could help companies to turn to temporarily adapting business models also, because they receive information about how will I receive help and when will it be, and what kind of other alternatives will there be. Speaking about the hygienic standards that changed from state side, that opened new business models. And really important also in the information was the open scientific calculation of future scenarios, a next step. So suddenly we came up with people who brought up calculations, so what they estimate, what effects this might have and how long we will have to deal with the effects of those lockdowns. To be honest, never ever had the EACP prepared for something like that. But we soon found out that what we had initiated with the EACP already 10 years ago, because the EACP was initiated in 2009, offered a really, really great starting point to allow this channel of information between all the players. As clusters, then we could help on the different levels as an intermediary platform on regional level, but also on the federal level, on the national level regarding the public authorities. Therefore, I will show you on the next slides what kind of added value the EACP can offer concretely. So on member level, but on cluster management level, but also on European policy level. Speaking about the member level, and I'm therefore mainly concentrating or focusing on the industry, as they were hit hardest, especially in comparison to public authorities and research and innovation institutes. We started with having weekly updates. At least most clusters started with having weekly updates with their members about their situation and the restrictions, because suddenly everybody was completely overrun and shocked about the lockdown situation. And we exchanged about their current status, starting from working from home, but going also to the situation of orders and supplies. Speaking for Hamburg Aviation, when we learned suddenly that factories are shut down in Asia, and shortly afterwards also in Southern Europe, there was popped up this question: okay, what is happening with my suppliers? Where can I get the things that I need to further my production? Companies were aware that something is happening and already could try to look out where they could find alternatives.
5 minutes remaining. 5 minutes remaining.
And also there was the exchange of information about regional and financial support for companies. And we learned that there is also the number of services that we offered to our members suddenly increased, because we found out that we are not only offering services to our regional members, but we can also offer services to all EACP members, because suddenly everything is virtually, and why not open it to everybody? So that's why we came up with this idea, which is actually an idea of the Spanish cluster Hagen, to have a virtual B2B, but we said, why not open it to all EACPs? And now suddenly we have this 900 registrations, which is pretty good. Coming to the next level, cluster management level, we also had weekly updates over there to exchange about what we've learned in the weekly calls with our members. And we shared this output with the cluster managers. We shared the best practices, how we have a member support, what we can do. And we learned about the challenges of our members and found out that we share challenges, of course. For example, we teamed up to reclaim prepaid money for canceled events. So there was this big air show last summer, and many companies had already prepaid money to have a booth, but suddenly this air show did not happen. So on EACP level, we could team up and ask back for this money and have a stronger presence. And also we adapted many things that we did before in the real world to a digital format. For example, the Global Aerospace Cluster Summit, which is an event where we not only come together on the European scale, but on the global exchange. Normally we do that on Farnborough Air Show or Bourget, but as this was not happen, we're switched that into a digital format, which then of course had some challenges because of the different time zones, but we managed it into 2 different meetings. And it was crucial because of course not only Europeans struggle with that, with the crisis, but yeah, also Brazilians, Canadians, and all other countries. So that was a picture of the East Global Aerospace Cluster Summit. What are policy levels? So EACP also coordinated recommendation papers by the different working groups, so by the different topics of, for example, skills and qualification or cluster internationalization. And we forwarded this to the European policy level to also show the perspective, especially from SME side, about the aerospace sector. And we initiated a new platform, the EACP EU representatives, some of our members who volunteered to position information at the right places to policymakers, because they're from their regional cluster had for some reason a really nice position in, for example, ACARA subgroups or European cluster alliances or so on. For example, one paper regarding the topic of skills and qualification. Yeah, what were our learnings for the crisis? Well, the main thing is that the learnings should be maybe adaptable also to other crises that might come up or are even present that can be bigger than what we experienced with Corona. Having in mind that we're already in the middle of a crisis that is already quite present, but maybe not even as bad, not that as bad as, maybe even better, worse as what we have now, but we're not really aware about it now. So maybe we can adapt some of the learnings. For example, proactive preventive actions is something that everybody experienced very heavily in the last month with lockdowns, curfews, and so on. Something that we experience can be very effective, and a recognition of the global perspective of your own crisis, so that you're not alone with your own crisis, but you're part of a bigger one. The awareness for the long-term impact of actions means that, summing it up all together, a good trustful network helps to react early and mitigate crisis impacts. That's actually the learning that we had during this crisis, and find that EACP serves as a perfect platform to mitigate crisis impacts. Yeah, here one picture how EACP works with the different working groups, and that's who we are, coordinating this platform together with all the 45 aerospace clusters. So thank you very much for listening, and excuse me for this chaotic start that had been planned differently. Yeah.
Well, apparently this will remain, let's say, always a challenge to do so. And I think thank you very much for enlightening us about the activities of EACP, and I know that the movie is, I think, also on the website of EACP. So in that sense, there will be another chance for people to have a look at it. Anna, we are not going to do Q&A at the moment. That we will do after the next speech of Frankie Kallewaert. So remain with us, Anna, and when the questions, there have been some questions raised already, but I will ask you the questions then after the presentation of Frankie Kallewaert. So going to Frankie Kallewaert, here's our next speaker. Frankie joined the aviation unit of the Directorate General for RTD in 2015 of the European Commission, and he was responsible for monitoring the Clean Sky 2 joint undertaking. He was heavily involved in the evaluation of Clean Sky and the Clean Sky 2 by making the impact assessments, which is of course always important. What did it bring to the society, and let's say, what does it bring to the objectives that we have raised for the two big programs? And of course, that was a clear input to the Clean Aviation Partnership and now the Horizon Europe. So Frankie does not have a presentation, so he is going to speak to us, and we are very curious to see what you actually can bring to the audience, Frankie, because let's say, I know that the European Commission is of course also in a very challenging time at the moment. So I hope you can give us some latest insights. Frankie, the floor is yours.
Good morning, everybody. Yes, well, the advantage of not having a PowerPoint is that maybe I'm going to have less technical difficulties. I kind of enjoyed watching this. It's always like that. The more technology you use, the more opportunity that something goes wrong. In any case, thank you for inviting me to this conference. It is indeed a little bit a strange moment in the sense that I should have a lot of information to tell you about the new Horizon Europe and the aviation research that is scheduled, but unfortunately, the Council Research Working Party, there is some delay there in discussions between the Commission and the Council, and everything is a little bit still confidential, so I cannot go too deep in the current state of play. In any case, Horizon 2020 is finalizing, although the projects will run further for another 3 to 4 years. And the new research program is starting up to immediately kill a few white elephants. Although I shouldn't say that, perhaps because white elephants are rare and we should protect them. There are 2 of them, and one is COVID. Research is about long-term endeavors. So why in times of crisis should we devote so much attention to research? Well, we have other measures to combat the consequences of COVID. And the consequences of COVID are short-term, we hope. They are immediate, and that should not come to the detriment of our long-term ambitions. On a positive note, of course, aviation is very good at combating a crisis. We now have COVID. COVID is perhaps the most important crisis in the recent years, but we also had SARS, and there we saw that aviation, after a couple of months, already started to show very clear signs of recovery. And we already start seeing the same now with aviation now in COVID. There are very positive signals, as a previous speaker already said, from the side of Airbus. So we are going to most likely deal with this. The second thing is that the second white elephant then is Brexit. Brexit will, without any doubt, have an influence on the European research landscape. It's almost unavoidable. Although, of course, we are hoping for an association agreement between Horizon Europe and the United Kingdom, we are not yet sure how this thing is going to look like and how progress is going to be made. Now, coming back to the subject of the day, SMEs. Let's first see, what is an SME? Because there are many definitions, and then within our context, an SME is a company with fewer than 250 employees and with an annual turnover not more than 50 million euros and a balance sheet of not more than 43 million. That is what we are calling an SME. Under Horizon 2020, the current research program of the European Union, there is something that is called the SME instrument. And the SME instrument offers small and medium-sized businesses a number of opportunities to do research under funding conditions. So we are funding innovation projects. We are having a kind of support services to help to make money from the innovation, because research should not only be about increasing knowledge. This knowledge has to be translated in products, and these products have to be brought to the market and have to generate an income for the companies involved, have to generate employment, preferably in Europe, of course. And there is also a kind of a coaching in the SME instrument to help a company to develop its innovation capacity and to help aligning the projects that they envisage to strategic business needs. Again, looking at the future, what are we going to produce based on this research? Funding rates are varying between 70% and 100%. I'm not going to go into all the details around that. But it's quite well funded, I would thought, for projects with a high research dimension. We were funding up to 100% of the eligible costs, which is very important. If you want to know more about that, I would suggest that you look at the Horizon 2020 manual. There you will find all the conditions and all the rules that surround that. Maybe it is too complicated, what we hear an awful lot, but it seems to be unavoidable that we are protecting ourselves and protecting the community from some fraudulent attempts sometimes, and this leads automatically to a complicated system, unfortunately. How do you get into something like that? You fill in an application. The application is evaluated by a team of independent experts. The projects are ranked depending on how good they are. And then funding is based on the available budget on one hand, and on the ranking and the quality of the proposal on the other hand. Under Horizon Europe, something similar will most likely come to the table in cooperation with the new European Innovation Council. And that is an accelerator that partly will replace the SME instrument and will give a unique opportunity to SME again to do research together. Specific to aviation, what do we have here? Well, specific to aviation, for aviation, and completely aside of this SME oriented instrument, we have the normal program of Horizon 2020, and this has two distinct aviation headings. First, we have the collaborative research, which has a budget, or which had a budget of around 600 million euros, concentrating on novel ideas. I would say very fresh ideas that are far away from bringing them to the market. Low TRL, with other words, TRL being technology readiness levels, and with the very strong involvement of universities, research organizations, and also SME, because this is the place where you go for funding when you have a completely novel idea of aviation in a given topic that is covered by the collaborative research program. Next to that, we have also a joint undertaking, a public-private partnership. This public-private partnership under Horizon 2020 had something like 1.7 billion funding, and the private sector was putting in another 2.2 billion. So it was quite a bit of money, 4 billion in total, with the ambition of inventing technology that was greening aviation and to increase the competitiveness of the European industry. And here we are seeing to some extent that during Horizon 2020, many parties have formulated some criticism towards the Clean Sky program, the public-private partnership. It was a very complex structure with leaders and core partners and participants. It was dominated by large industry, and it had the name of being a closed club, practically. With other words, if you were not a member of the small group, or a relatively small group, because at the end it contained 900 different participants, if you were not a member of the club, it was very difficult to get funding through that. Looking at statistics, now that we are 2021 and that all the money has been allocated to projects, it's not really correct to say that. You come to the conclusion that the program is still running, so the statistics are not 100% complete, but still we see that 41% of the participants were small and medium-sized enterprises. And this is not a surprise. SME are extremely important when it comes to innovation. The only problem that we see is that very often the hurdle to come on board of the program for a single SME is too large. And I will come back to that, what can be done to lower that threshold. So 41% of the participants are SMEs, and 19% of those 1.7 billion will also be going to small and medium-sized enterprises. So the idea that everything is dominated by large industry and that all other relevant parties do not make a chance, this is not correct. We also see the same when it comes to, for instance, research and technology organizations and universities. They have a substantial, very substantial part of the Clean Sky project or program, and they have quite a considerable amount of funding out of it. So you cannot say really that the prejudice, it is a closed club, that is true. One important element in that success, in the number of small and medium-sized enterprises for this Clean Sky program, is without any doubt that in the legislation we included a derogation to the normal 3 different countries, 3 different participants rule. So in theory, to participate in the European programs, the participants, the consortia that introduces a project, they must at least have 3 different participants, these consortia, from 3 different countries. The more, the better, but this is the absolute minimum. For Clean Sky, and thanks to the specific nature of Clean Sky, we have been able to introduce a derogation from this rule, allowing smaller consortia to also, I am frozen. I see, wait. Voila.
I think you're fine.
I'm back, yeah. So now I have, of course, lost where I am. So in any case, this derogation. Very important, the derogation within the context of Clean Sky. This does not exist anywhere else in the Horizon 2020 program, as far as I am aware, is that smaller consortia are allowed to join the program. Why could we introduce this? Because within the context of Clean Sky, every project, no matter how small, is contributing to demonstrators. What are these demonstrators? These demonstrators are extremely large projects. To give you only one example that speaks to the imagination, Airbus is designing a complete new helicopter, the Racer project, within the context of Clean Sky. What does that mean? It means that this enormous project, several hundreds of millions of euros, is broken down in individual parts. Let's say, for instance, the rotor is one sub-project of the big project, and the tail is another sub-project, and the engines are another one. And this goes to other companies, core partners of Airbus in this big project, and they themselves are also breaking down, for instance, the project to make a new type of engine for this helicopter. They are breaking that down again in smaller projects, until at the end of the day, you have a huge amount of very small projects.
5 minutes remaining.
You have a huge number of very small projects that, this is surprising actually, a huge amount of very small projects that come at a level and the size that an SME can handle. And because of the derogation, what we see is that a lot of SMEs, very often, with the assistance in collaboration with a local university or a local research and technology organization, come on board of Clean Sky. And they would never been able to do that if they would have to directly negotiate with Airbus, directly negotiate with one of the main companies of aviation. So this is actually extremely important. So I have something like 4 minutes left. What are we planning to do for Horizon Europe? Well, for Horizon Europe, we have done quite an impact assessment of what was happening under Horizon 2020 with Clean Sky 2. What is going to be the difference? Again, we are going to have collaborative research. Same conditions as the normal rules for Horizon Europe. That will be slightly different than Horizon 2020, but we don't know exactly yet because the decisions are not yet all taken. The other thing is that we are going to have is a clean aviation partnership, a joint undertaking. The Single Basic Act starting that partnership is still under discussion with the Council. So I cannot go into details how it actually looks like, but most likely the derogation to the general 3 countries, 3 companies will be maintained with a much stronger focus on SMEs, research organizations, and universities. So this is a huge benefit to SME for the possibility to operate within this context and to be in consortia, to be in projects together with the large aviation industry in Europe. For the rest, what can we say? We want to avoid a number of mistakes that were made at the time of previous programs and previous partnerships. And one of them is clean aviation has its own very clear ambitions. The focus is entirely on the Green Deal and achieving the Green Deal for aviation, in combination, of course, with other measures like ETS and new legislation and so on. It is not a tool to combat COVID. If you want to do something against COVID, there is a recovery and a resilience funds that should be used for that. Research is a long-term endeavor, should not be used for that. We are going to have an updated governance, ensuring the impact of the SMEs and the presentation of the SMEs in the governing structure and in the governing board. We will have a new technical committee where all the members will meet to work out all the technical details of the research agenda, of the work programs, and all of these different things. There is going to be a higher involvement of the Commission, meaning that the Commission this time is going to chair the governing board, and we will work very hard on synergies with other public-private partnerships, like hydrogen, for instance, batteries, because these new energy sources are going to be very important in the future. We are going to work on synergies with national research programs, because we see in Europe, certain countries have very important research programs for their national industry. If we can align the research agendas and the ambitions of these programs, then this will be to the benefit of everybody. And of course, we want to ensure complete openness and transparency in clean aviation, in contradiction to what was the habit. And I will also ask my additional minutes. In clean aviation, in contradiction to what was in Clean Sky 2, there is no pre-allocated budget. So everything will be done by open calls, independent evaluations, searching the best projects, and searching the best projects and do it. Now, what is important for you? The first thing I would say is, do not to try to do this on your own. You are an SME, you are a smaller company. I know that the paper burden can look like a mountain that you cannot surmount. This is not true. You have to maintain your networking. EACP could be, I don't know exactly what kind of activities you have outside of making conferences, but you have to work together. It's not because you are small that you have to act alone. Also, large industry is working together and it's having its networking. For you, this is at least as important. You have to network, you have to organize, and you have to be sure that you can do things so that you know what to do. Take into account all the problems and all the questions related to working in a European research program have already been solved at least once. You just have to have a source that can give you that information. You know, we are now, if the numbering would have continued, I think that Horizon Europe will be FP9. Everything has been solved. And also, you may have a knowledge that is not common knowledge to the aviation sector. And this, you know, I'm talking about 3D printing. I talk about knowledge about hydrogen, technologies that have not yet at full scale been introduced in aviation. This is where your strength lies. You are very fast as an SME to change direction, to bring new things to the market. This is a strength that you have to play to the maximum. I hope that this was to some extent useful. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Frankie. No, it was very useful, and I'm happy that you that you made also the connection to previous speakers. So maybe it's good to ask Anna, for instance, to reply to what you have mentioned, the role of the EACP in the preparation of the of proposals. Because if you have a proposal, then you're already very far. But you need to find your partners in the beginning, and you need to find where you can play an additional role. So how do you see, Anna, the role of the EACP in bringing together the companies to come up with brilliant ideas for the European programs?
Well, first of all, the main problem is that we're still lacking SMEs to be courageous enough to go into funded programs, or to even have the awareness about that there will be funded programs that support their innovation potential. In that case, EACP is perfect because we start from the regional level up to the top level. From the regional level, cluster managers have their own programs and events, and also direct contacts to the members to motivate them and to address them directly with specific calls if they might be interesting for them. We encourage them, and we also tell them that we can help them to find the right partners on this European scale. As we have the EACP as a platform, it is quite easy from one cluster manager to the other to find a suitable partner, because maybe at first sight you say, okay, I don't know who might be interested to become a project partner, because you only know your regional neighbors. But having 5,000 industrial player within the EACP network all over Europe, there must be someone suitable. But how to know this one company from 5,000 seems to be very complicated. And of course, there are many B2B platforms and whatever, but at the end, it's so much easier to only address your cluster manager, and the cluster manager via the EACP platform knows all the other cluster manager who have a direct contact and the best knowledge about their members, and know directly, okay, this request might be suitable for my company ABC, and address this one directly. And so we bring them together. They can team up and work on their project idea. And of course, then we further this project proposal, because the next steps are also complicated for companies.
Well, that's true. And I think a next step, for instance, a question that came from the audience, the question is to Frankie. It said, for SMEs, it's a huge paperwork is required upfront as a non-paid investment, and intense monitoring during the project was always a troublemaker. Small SMEs have usually 1 or 2 skilled people within their company to deal with this. Will this new program reduce this burden?
To give you a blunt answer, we would hope so, but don't expect too much. It is a complicated thing because competition is very large. When we have a call for proposals, usually the budget, the requests, the proposals are 10 times, 15 times the budget. But it is possible. Clean Sky 2 has 461 individual SMEs participating in the program. That shows that it is possible. And these SMEs are effectively reaching results. They are doing their research. But again, if as an SME, and you have 1 or 2 people that can deal with all this, if you want to do this all on your own, then you will pay, a large price learning how to do it. You shouldn't be doing it like this. You have to involve your network. You have to work together with other SMEs, share the burden, and don't wait until the very last moment. There is already a draft research and innovation agenda available on the internet under the Clean Aviation website. I think it is now already the time, months before the first call is going to be launched. We expect the first call to be launched when everything goes well in the council, end of this year, so November, December. At the latest, when things go wrong at the council, it's going to be somewhere like February, March next year. You should start preparing now already, even when not everything is known. Not perhaps by preparing paperwork, but in the first line by reading the strategic research and innovation agenda and looking where you belong.
Okay.
Start now, don't wait, because what we see very often is that a call for proposals is open for 3 months. So parties have the possibility to introduce their proposals during 3 months. And what do we see? On the last day, preferably when the website is going to be closed at 5 o'clock in the evening, 4:45, everybody starts loading up their proposals and are very surprised that at 5 o'clock it is over and they only had to upload one more document. There are an extreme amount of proposals that fail simply because they are not entered on time.
Wow. Wow.
Because they are introduced at the last minute.
Yeah.
You know, the website is open during 3 months. I can agree that the participant portal, that if today we launch a call for proposals, that tomorrow we are not going to have a proposal coming in. I can understand that, but I do not understand why you have to wait until the very last day to introduce.
I think the message is very clear, Frankie, that that we have to keep in mind, let's say, these kind of schedules, and that we have to appreciate that, let's say, the to be on time with forming the consortia, creating the proposals, and use the schedules in the right way, because I agree, it's not, if it's going to happen in the project also, that would not be, let's say, a good signal. So you're very right on that. Now, I would like to go to another question, because we have a number of questions coming in and we only have, let's say, another 5 minutes. So there is more questions coming in for Klaus. Klaus, this question relates to the Chinese aviation program. So what's your opinion about the Chinese aviation program of the C-19, the C929? And if COMAC can become a competitor to Airbus and Boeing, but also what are the opportunities for the European SMEs in these programs? Can you give us a short insight in that, Klaus?
A short insight is, can they become a competitor of Airbus and Boeing? Yes, not in this decade, and I don't see them also becoming a large player in the next decade, but they will. Sooner or later, they will be a competitor. There's a huge market. There are more than 4,000 or 5,000 aircraft to be needed over the next 20, 30 years. So I'm sure they can. There are a lot of whatever topics which are coming from the actual geopolitical situation with the competition between the East and the Chinese, or the West and the Chinese. So I would not wonder that during the next years we will see a lot of closing borders, a lot of trade wars to come. So I have serious doubts that the COMAC can generate or COMAC can generate a great aircraft which is then globally competitive over the next decade. But I'm sure they will, and they will come to become a competitor maybe in 15 to 20 years.
Okay, well, thank you very much for this concise reply. Of course, Klaus, we have already been talking about urban air mobility.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to ask you again, but the audience is also quite curious to hear the opinion of the other two speakers. So I would like to start with Anna. What's your opinion about the opportunities in urban air mobility? Can you give us, let's say, a short reply on that?
Well, we see bright potential in the field of urban air mobility. That's why we have also widened the scope of this topic within the EACP. I think last summer we have even initiated a new working group for this field to also widen the scope of our members. So the interesting potential of urban air mobility is that it's not even a new sector for our well-known companies, but it also a new sector for example, startups, which is a very interesting field in aerospace, because startups have a difficult way into the aerospace sector, as this is a sector which asks for very high investments, very high regulations, and the field of UAM has a very interesting and new potential, which is not that well, it is very regulated, of course. I don't want to say something wrong, but it's not that strictly regulated yet as it might be in the civil aviation sector. So we see very good potential for, especially for our SMEs in that field.
Okay, thank you very much. But also the question then to Frankie, and maybe also because I see even a rephrasing of the question, if the UA, if urban air mobility can also be a part of clean aviation, or even other tools within Horizon Europe. Can you give us your view on that? Frankie?
Now, when I do not forget to switch on my microphone, it's going to be easier to explain to you. Urban air mobility is not a part of clean aviation. Clean aviation is totally focused on one thing, achieving the Green Deal. And because it wants to achieve the Green Deal, they are going to work primarily on regional aircraft, on hybrid electrical solutions, and on the introduction of hydrogen as a fuel in aviation. This is the context. So even working on sustainable aviation fuels is excluded from the partnership. Urban air mobility, I would place under the collaborative part, because there we are looking at novel solutions, and I would tie together urban air mobility with drones, because for urban air mobility, I think we will need a very large impact of automation. We are not going to let just anyone fly an aircraft in between or high buildings in a city. Urban air mobility most definitely will be very important in the future, I think, but it will not be limited to cities. Urban, it has the idea, it is a city. I think that we should bear in mind that Europe has a huge amount of small regional airports that are at the moment, in many cases, completely underused because of noise, proximity to cities, etc. So if we talk about urban air mobility, I would see a huge potential in, at the moment that we are able to produce silent aircraft, or at least aircraft that are able to land and take off, I would see in silence or relative silence, I would see a huge possibility there to expand the role of the regional airports. And the other disruption that I see coming is related to the renewed introduction of what we called in the good old days Zeppelins, until one burned down. The famous Hindenburg disaster put an end to that. But I see several companies coming up, several SMEs coming up that are starting to exploit those ideas. In Germany, I know there are a couple of smaller companies that are looking at regional air transport with very small aircraft, with airport vertical takeoff and landing, very small airport, and I think there is a real market for that. Now, have I now answered your question, or did I?
Yes, it was not my question, but you definitely answered the question, Frankie. So thank you very much for that. And do you think this view is also shared within the let's say within the European Commission? Do you see big differences on this topic?
Or big limitation is the amount of funds available.
Yeah.
So in other words, we are now concentrating on the most important aspect, which is we should not continue to put the planet on fire, or we are going to suffer the consequences. This is at the moment for the European Commission, I would say, the driving force behind everything. That is where we put our money in to achieve the Green Deal, which means that we have to reduce pollution by 55% by 2030.
Yeah.
And I know that all the research that we are doing today is not going to contribute to that, because the innovation cycle in aviation is too long to now start innovating something and already see a consequence on the market by 2030. We do hope that green aircraft on the basis of hydrogen or hybrid electric are going to become on the market by 2030, at the latest 2035, to have a very considerable impact by 2050, where we strive for climate neutrality, defined as 90% less pollution.
Yes, and that is, I think this message is a good one to end this session with, because coming back to what I said in the beginning, this is where we all have to work on, but we have to keep in mind that also the companies needs to survive the crisis to be able to work on this topic, and that's where the real challenge is, to make this combination of survival and innovation. That's also, of course, not only for Europe, that's also on a national scale an important topic where we have to find the right connections. So thank you all very much for giving us, let's say, your view on the current situation, in particular in relation to SMEs. We are now going into a break for about 15 minutes. So we will be back here starting again 11:20. And I would really like to motivate you to come back in 15 minutes, because then we have some excellent presentations from Airbus, from Boeing, from Embraer, Lufthansa Technik, Thales, Alenia, Space. So there is still a lot to view for you this morning. I hope you have enjoyed the program. Forget all the technicalities that we had in the beginning, and keep in mind all the messages that you have heard from all the speakers here. So thank you very much for being with us, and look forward to meeting you again in 15 minutes. Bye bye, everybody.
Yeah.
big companies, small companies, research centers, universities. So all typologies of the value chain that are grouped together for the common objectives, basically related to quality, to research agendas, to analysis of opportunities in the world, to sharing exhibitions in different points of the planet, to debates on multi-client, multi-product. And I have to say that this type of initiative, which is quite common in the Basque Country, is very powerful in terms of the conscience that the sector can generate in the organization of the companies. And myself, my name is Juan Hernani. I am the CEO of Satlantis. Satlantis is a company specialized in space optics, miniaturized space optics that we have now almost a decade of work and 5 missions in space since our first flight. We have worked with all the space agencies, JAXA, NASA, ESA, and last year we were awarded with an honored position by the Euroconsult report on optical technologies, where Satlantis had the leading position. And have not come here to talk about myself, but rather to introduce the debate on the morning, the second morning session. We have with us Christian Weimer. He's Head of Materials in the Central Research and Technology Center at Airbus. We can see from Christian's CV that he has a typical or a very solid German engineering footprint that starts with a deep knowledge in material science in all respects. So I guess he's going to talk about sustainability and new materials used by Airbus. So we are very eager to listen to his talk. So guten Morgen, Christian. Herzlich willkommen zu EACP. Du hast das Boden. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Juan, for your introduction. Hola, everybody. I hope you can see my presentation now.
Yes.
So I get started. So I will give you a few on the requirements for future materials and processes technologies, which is really key, let's say, to make supply chains also sustainable and to pave the way to introduce new products. So let me set the scene in the beginning. I've put on the right here the targets 2050, which are which is the flight path 2050, the ACAR goals, which are quite ambitious in itself. If you see like minus 75% CO2 reduction overall, and then also minus 90% NOx, but also 65% of noise, which is really part of the game, and we also have to consider this. So let's take that spotlight. On the left, you see the forecast for air traffic 2038, which is a prediction coming from pre-COVID, from 2019, where we have been projecting annual growth of 4.3% of air traffic, and it also then quite a relevant figure would see then a need of almost 40,000 new aircrafts to be built, and also the requirement for having new pilots. So that was pre-COVID. Now we had this big impact hitting us last year, and we have seen some details about the effects already in the session 1 this morning. Now we see also that air traffic is slowly recovering in the different continents. You have some publications around there, and also significant info. Airbus has released last week some information about the potential recovery of the production rates, especially for the single aisle, which is also, let's say, showing and indicating that we can expect that we are with the air traffic coming back in 2024, 25, potentially even to something we had in mind before. So that's the scene. And on the other hand, we see that sustainability is the key element. You have also heard about the European Green Deal, which sets quite some, let's say, it sets boundaries where we want to go, really ambitious targets. And we have to do that if we want to maintain that future generations can be traveling like we do and can enjoy this the mobility overall. And here I wanted also to explore a bit about urban mobility, which is maybe also an aspect to be considered. If you look at a time frame of +5, +10 years, you might also see some changes there. It is maybe regional mobility changes, urban mobility, which is coming. We have been hearing about startups working. Airbus is also active in this field. So overall, we have to think about sustainable air travel. And this is not only in the air, and I will come to that later. It's also about setting up our industrial or defining our industrial footprint of the future, which includes some materials and process technologies. So I want to explain with this chart. If you see here, looking at the CO2 emissions overall, millions of tons coming here presented from 2015 to 2020, and then you see the little dip here, quite a significant dip from the COVID crisis, and then a projection how we will come back, and then looking at, and this is where I want to draw your attention, the industrial 2050 goal, where you see this overall, let's say, rough 75% reduction, and ways how this could be achieved. It's really a projection. And you see, and this is what I want to say, there are several elements in it. There is, on the one hand side, there is offsetting, not so much, but maybe in the transition phase, quite important. Then you have a part, the orange one, which is operation and infrastructure, which contributes a bit. You will also have an impact of using sustainable aviation fuels there, but and this is to be really looked at. Technology effects like electrification, we heard about hydrogen, hybridization, then taking over quite a significant part of the contribution, then let's say in the 30s onwards, and they are growing. So everything is needed if we want to maintain being on this cross path. So I'm a materials and process guy. So I'm more related to, let's say, the overall life cycle, from starting from where do we get our raw materials from? What are we doing with those? What is our best lightweight design solution? Then what is the associated process technique resulting in the manufacturing technology and setup, infrastructures behind that? Then supply chains for the structures, but also intermediate products, then following to operation and how to maintain, how to repair your aircraft and maintaining it in the air, and then more and more significant, also looking at end of life and recycling solutions. So this is a very important part we have to tackle, including the need that we go for new technologies, mentioning hydrogen or electrification, for example, where we have from the beginning also consider this full life cycle chain. So Airbus is also committed to the sustainable development goals from the United Nations. And I would like here to highlight the number 9 and number 12, where there's not only the propulsion systems, but it is also overall CO2 action. It's about responsible consumption of raw materials, tracing of raw materials, having more biosourcing inside, and going towards reusing these materials again. So, and for the propulsion, would like to highlight there, if you talk about fuel cell, if you talk about electrification, you also need to have your materials and process technology ready, capable of dealing with this new requirements, be it cryogenic or be it that you have to deal with more conductive or more power in your aircraft, meaning that you have to deal with temperature distribution, temperature flow, heat flow, etc. So what is the role of materials and processes? We have to think about how we increase system performance at low weight, including multifunctionality. We have to think about, and here with multifunctionality, I explicitly also mean printing in electronics. So today we have too often the situation that we build a structure and then we have a system and then we bring it, we integrate it. In the future, we have to think it more in a common approach, meaning also we have to think how we would qualify such systems and how we would be able to maintain. This means also here predictability, knowing about what our performance in the future will be. I'm talking about, time is up, I have the feeling, but I'm concluding my speech. That, for example, you have an H2 on board, you have a tank, you want to know what is the level you have there, if you have not leaks somewhere, which could be quite dangerous, and safety and durability maintains to be key, especially in such an scenario where this has to be really and it remains of paramount importance. So responsibility in the use of raw materials, enable circularity. I addressed it before. It is really key, and I want to have one sentence on it in one of the upcoming slides. And of course, affordability and cost still is key. We heard 3D printing. There is, in my view, the beginning of the journey. We really have to leverage on all the opportunities coming there, starting from design, but also at very lean supply chain opportunities. About circularity, we have an Airbus vision 2030. We want to have no more wastes for landfilling and incineration, reducing the environment footprint there, and we have to come up with good and viable solutions for that. And this is it's of course for composite CFOP, but it is also that we look at using and bringing our metallic materials also in at the same level as we had before. The evolution of feedstock, and this is also very relevant if we look at, for example, the polymer-based composite. Today we are based on crude oil. We transform this crude oil into our building blocks for the matrix, for thermoset or thermoplastic, or for the carbon fiber. And we see already
5 minutes remaining.
We see already moves that we use more algae or more plant-based channels to have a bioethanol, biomethanol as a building block to create your polymers then later, which is really having a direct impact on your CO2 balance, and could be up to direct air capture techniques where you can not only go for e-fuels, etc., but you could also think of bringing this into the polymer supply chain. Digitalization will play a key role there, starting from the design of your material, testing it and bringing it into service, maintaining good quality during the supply chain, connecting all of these elements. This will really help us to speed up the introduction of new technologies for our new products in the future. So these 3 examples I wanted to share with you. There we are setting up technology pathways in order to fully leverage on them. And in conclusion, I want to repeat, sustainability overall is a key driver. It's of course for the flying part of the life, but also for the whole life cycle from raw material, from cradle to grave, so to say. Lightweight is key because it's the history of aviation. Everything we have to bring it in the sky, don't have to propel. We have to have a holistic life cycle view in the future, much more than we had in the past, where we really looked at the product. Now we have to consider where's the raw material coming from, what is the impact on the CO2 balance, and at the same time looking at what is happening after life. How can we extend life first, make sure that we can maintain the mission, and then how do we bring it back into the circle? And new designs will be based by new digitalization opportunities, this taking into account the full life cycle, but also things like fast testing, faster qualification, and certification. So thank you very much.
Okay, thanks very much, Christian, for your very interesting talk. I think we're going to leave. We are getting a number of questions through the chat, but we're going to leave it for the end session. So now it's time to jump into the next speaker. We're going to the other side of the Atlantic, so it's not only in terms of transfer, but also in terms of time. So Kelly, good morning. What is the time, or what is the time now over there?
It's 2:30 in the morning, which means I have the complete bandwidth here at my house.
So you have to forgive us. Thanks very much for nevertheless joining to the event. Kelly is the Senior Manager for Globalization and Enterprise Supply Development from Boeing. So I think we are touching here an incredible topic of real global supply. There is very few companies that can really talk about the issue of the planet supplying the different services and technologies that are required for a global company like you. So we are really eager to learn from your thoughts. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Great. Thank you for that introduction. Really appreciate being able to participate on this panel today, and just hello to everybody from the other side. So, conferences like these are just really important, especially as we work to understand the current environment and future post-COVID. This conference here, which is focusing on the perspectives and new opportunities for aerospace supply chain, is really just a great way for us to start connecting and discussing those next steps. So I'm really happy to be able to share with you on the following slides more information about the Boeing company, how my position and our group can support, and also about the business and the supply chain environment. So looking at just the Boeing overview that you see on the screen here, Boeing has had a long tradition of aerospace leadership and innovation. The company continues to focus on emerging customer needs and its broad range of capabilities, which include our commercial airplane family, designing, building, and integrating military platforms and defense systems, creating those advanced technology solutions, and arranging innovative financing and service options for customers. Boeing is divided up into 3 business units, as you can see on the screen here: our commercial airplanes, our defense, space, and security, and our global service organization, which actually began operations in July of 2017. Supporting all of these business units is our Boeing Capital Corporation, and their focus is on being a provider for financing solutions. Our products and services support our customers in more than 150 countries, and with more than 140,000 employees across the United States and in more than 65 countries. As you can see here on the global supply chain, this is our global footprint. It includes our approximate supplier count and spend from a total company perspective, including all of our business units. And these numbers represent our direct suppliers. But I do want to emphasize the entire supply chain, including all of our sub-tiers, are very critical to our production system. Our suppliers around the world are key and part of our products and are seen as extensions of our own factory. Most of the supplier presence, as you can see, is in the United States. However, we are always looking for the best suppliers globally. Our business depends on the reliable movement of parts and people throughout our supplier network. And more than 65% of the cost of our airplanes in the commercial side of the business is really into all of the supplier factories in more than 35 countries around the world. We see European technology as an integral part of the Boeing's global operations. We're proud of our established and growing presence in Europe, as well as our strong partner and supply chain network, which includes many small and medium enterprises. We look forward to continuously advancing our footprint and business operations globally, and to providing opportunities for additional industry partnerships. We are not going to get through COVID with business as usual, so things are going to need to change, and I'm hoping to address throughout the rest of my presentation The environment we're seeing, our customer needs, the technologies we're seeing, what we want suppliers and programs we have in place to support those partners. The business environment, as we all know, we are seeing a lot of challenging times. And overall, the aerospace supply chain has seen a level of disruption we've never seen before due to the impact of the pandemic. Yet there are pockets that remain robust, like our defense and space and security. But the drop in production has led some large suppliers and OEMs needing to reduce and sell portions of their business so that we can redirect resources to core activities. This in turn has created open capacity in some cases, pulling work that was outsourced back into the business to protect jobs and increase asset utilization. The reduction in commercial services production combined with insourcing presents significant challenges to suppliers, particularly those whose business is not diverse. In some regions of the world, governments are stepping up with financial support, but that's not the case everywhere. And as a result, we will see consolidation and acquisition as a greater rate in the coming years. The companies who have the resources and the will to make it through could find themselves in a better position. We're seeing it as a fluid environment like we've never seen before, and the sooner OEMs can ramp up production rates, the more stable the business environment will become. Our customer expectations. Today's market is really highly competitive. Boeing's goal is to exceed all of our customer expectations, and our customers need that first-time quality, the value-added services, product reliability with low operating costs. Our customers also expect to provide environmentally friendly, progressive products that are innovated and differentiated from the market. That will enable long range and fast travel. If we look at our technology changes, the current business environment and keeping up with customer expectations will affect the supply chain. The aerospace market has always been driven by technological advances that improve performance, quality, and expand capability. Short to long term, the 6 areas listed on this chart are opportunities for significant advancement. Companies who want to really work with us and have the drive to look at these areas can provide benefit with that advantage. I would encourage small and medium enterprises to access the Horizon Europe funding to tackle some of these technology challenges. With innovative technology advancements also comes risks, and keeping an eye on the areas that impact our business, such as cybersecurity. I think we've all been experiencing some of that. As we move toward that digital thread, and it can be a pathway for that risk. And as we continue to become more connected, we need to ensure we take into consideration how we keep our data secure. Another area that Boeing and the industry are committed to is decarbonizing aviation and address the current challenge of climate change. As we know, it's a global issue that requires global cooperation. Our global supply chain directly contributes to Boeing's efforts always to improve the environmental footprint of aviation through innovation and new technologies and efficiencies. In fact, our Eco Demonstrator program has tested over 165 technologies on 6 test airplanes and made history by the first commercial airliner flight with 100% sustainable aviation fuel. Looking at our supply chain principles on the next slide, one of our key priorities is to operate with excellence in the Boeing Company. It's how we work together to deliver safe products and services to our customers while also continuously improving our quality. What you're looking at here are our supply chain principles we recently rolled out to our suppliers. And these principles are expectations we have not only of the suppliers, but also of ourselves. So let me just kind of quickly run you through these 5 principles. The first one is really paramount with safety and quality in everything we do. The second really focuses on the relationships As suppliers are extensions of our factory, it's important we're committed to these key relationships. The third is on transparent communication, which is important to be able to jointly advocate for our mutual success and supply chain sustainability. The fourth is focused on delivery performance and fundamental. And lastly, the fifth is on sustainable continuous value creation to help meet the demand of all of our customers. So all of these principles together really mean that we collaboratively design quality and safety in all products and services. We commit time and resources to healthy relationships, and we're focused on communication with honest and integrity. Parts and services will be delivered on time, every time, as we focus on that continual value creation for our customers. So what is Boeing actually looking for? Well, from our perspective, we have certain expectations of our suppliers. It's important that you understand Boeing's products and services where your capabilities align within our products. Our suppliers must share our commitment to performance excellence and show that proof of financial health and ethical business practices. What we're looking for are really true team players who are open to continuous improvement and innovation together. My team specifically supports the development and growth of new suppliers, and we're really focused on streamlining that discovery and onboarding process. I personally have a global team that's available to connect with and support all the questions that you might have. I even actually have a couple of them on the phone with me today. So we support our category teams through ensuring we have that pipeline of qualified suppliers ready to step in when there's a need for more capacity, new capability, or to support any aspect of the supply chain where there is category requirements. Looking at the category requirements, we have 6 major top-level sourcing categories across Boeing. And under each one of these high-level categories are numerous subcategories. I really hope that all of you can see yourself in either one or more of these categories. And as I mentioned, my team is made up of global employees who are ready and willing to support the discovery, onboarding, and training of all of our supply chain. A couple of the last 2 slides that I have that I just want to touch on is, first of all, looking at the small and medium suppliers, we do have a global supplier diversity program. It was established as a formal small business program in 1951 in the United States, strictly focusing there. But today, we're actually focusing on global supplier diversity and the leadership and oversight to ensure strategic execution across the enterprise for all suppliers that want to connect with our key categories. The program is viewed as a critical element of our strategic sourcing efforts in both government and commercial contracting environments, and it's aligned and integrated into our supply chain and directly supports our domestic and international business development pursuits. Lastly, I really am excited to be able to share a program that we kicked off in early 2020. It's called our Premier Bidder Program, and it's a collaborative program that really recognizes our high-performing suppliers using objective criteria. That program criteria is really divided up into 4 key elements, which is located in the upper right hand of this slide. The first being focused on quality and delivery performance with key criteria that is developed for that. The second is approval of our Boeing supply chain agreement. The third is there shouldn't be any major issues from a commercial standpoint. Fourth, we expect that the performance of your bid is on time and compliant. The reason for this program is we heard our supply chain state that they would win performance awards, but weren't receiving additional bids. So this is a program that we have listened to our suppliers, and we've kicked it off currently in BCA production suppliers, and we will be expanding it to our BGS suppliers by the mid-year. Overall, we've identified these 5 key supplier benefits in participating in this program. The first is we have quarterly bidder conferences where you can interact with our top performing suppliers. It enables the ability to interact with key leaders from our supply chain team Currently it's virtual, but hopefully we'll get to that face-to-face. And then having topics and discussions relevant to the supply chain, we engage this group of folks and receive feedback so that we're constantly getting that information. And then also visibility of upcoming supply chain bid activity. And then finally, there is extra consideration in taking into account our high bidders in this program. Since the inception of this program in early 2020, we went from 92 participants to 107 by third quarter. So today, we continue to add new suppliers and appreciate our top performers across the globe. And with that, that's the end of my presentation, but I do want to just take a moment and just say that I really appreciate this event and the opportunity to present even early in the morning here. And I also just want to thank all of my fellow panelists, because I know that this is going to be a great information that we will be sharing with the supply chain. So thank you very much.
Okay, Kelly, thanks very much for your talk. I think you should consider working at 2 a.m. because you are really awake and sharp. So it's thank you for your words. You have also awoken the audience because we have a large number of questions. I think it's fair to you to propose the questions now and let you have a coffee or go back to bed or whatever. But just
it's okay. I really don't mind waiting. I would love to see the rest of the panel presentation, so I'll wait.
I think we do the questions now and then you decide. But I think it's our code of conduct with such a time gap. So people are talking about the supply chain and the digitalization effect, the blockchain technologies. There's a few questions related to that. We know that the Boeing City concept of getting your suppliers nearby, different to, for example, Airbus concept in supply, no? How does that, how the digitalization revolution affects this supply chain, including blockchain technologies? Do you think that you are going to diversify your points of source, or you will continue your culture of being everyone at home?
Oh, that's a great question. Yeah, as we step back and actually evaluate all of these technologies that are coming at us, we are consistently looking at global supply chains. So I know that you had mentioned, having that supply close by, and it is important to make sure that we do have all of our parts on time and having the product there to support our customer needs. But I know that from the perspective of where I sit in the company, as we align to our category requirements, we are really looking globally for all of those suppliers that can meet that innovation and technology needs that we have, especially as we look towards the future and what we need on our current and future platforms.
Okay, thank you. I have another question related to geopolitics, no? That refers to China. And that will be, what is the weight of China in the company sales, and what is the weight of China in the company sourcing, and how that can affect the whole ecosystem of European or Occidental supply, let's call it.
Yes, I know that geopolitical, issues face all of us actually in the industry, and so it is really looking at what is happening around the world and how can we look at this to support our current needs in the aerospace industry. So specifically talking about China, I would say that, we are a very big proponent in looking at the supply chain there. We have presence in country. I know that personally, I'm also connecting with them on a weekly basis. And so it's really important for us to look at, how we can partner together, balancing the geopolitical issues that we have. And of course, our company also has, relations that are working on those daily with our own government and the Chinese government. So, it's really important for us to make sure that we are evaluating what we need to do, balancing all of those risks out there, and really supporting, like I mentioned earlier in my presentation, just our supply chain and the importance that we know of our current supply chain. Also, as I mentioned, being extensions of our factory.
Okay, Kelly, I think thanks very much for your answer. I think you deserve a continuation of rest now. Your words have been inspiring because, of course, all the audience is related to aerospace, and therefore all the value chain is listening so carefully at your words and next steps. So thanks again for your special participation this tonight, let's say. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much.
Okay, now it's time that we jump into our next speaker. We're going to talk about a fantastic topic that we keep in our genes and blood, and that's innovation and innovation culture. And to talk about that, we have João Pedro Taborda. João Pedro is Vice President for Government Affairs at Embraer Europe. He's covering a large part of the world, so it's Europe, Middle East, Africa, and he's been doing so since 15 years ago or 16 years ago. So it's a long experience that João Pedro can share with us. So bom dia, bem-vindo à EACP. Você tem a palavra, João Pedro.
Muchas gracias, Juan. Bom dia. It's certainly a pleasure for us and an honor to be in today's meeting. I understand you can see my presentation.
Yes.
Okay. And certainly a pleasure. I'm talking to you today from Portugal, where we do a regular job with the AD cluster here, and we certainly have a wonderful experience with the EACP in a previous event, and also special to have Igan and also our good colleagues from NAG, from the Netherlands, where we have our regional headquarters. I will use the time that you kindly provide me to update you on where is Embraer today, what we are doing. We made a couple of announcements in the last week in the area of eVTOLs and autonomous and urban mobility that, of course, I would like to share with you as well. But most of all, and talking to a very distinguished audience in Europe, where we have such an important supplier base, I would like very much to update everybody on what we are doing as a Brazilian-based company in our footprint, not only in Brazil, but a little bit also in Europe, and of course the R&D and the innovation challenges that we all have, and also share some priorities with you on what we're trying to do. So, with the general statement, we challenge ourselves to be the most efficient and best aerospace and defense company in the world. That's our drive. That's what we do and what we work as hard as we can and as effectively as we can every day. Not only together for sure, but with our partners. We have an history of innovation, of challenging. So Embraer, most of you know, but we started as a state-owned company in 1969 from an investment and a commitment from the Brazilian government that started back in the 40s. And we developed our business, and we were privatized, and then we became a privately run company in 1994. We started, of course, with a strong DNA in defense, but then we evolved also to work in other businesses, and especially more visibly today, the work we do in terms of our segment of jets from 37 to 149 seats, where the segment where we operate, and we try to, and we reach an important milestone when at 50 years of age in 2019, where we consolidate our position in that market with not only the ERJ family launched in the mid-90s, but more recently with the E2 family as highly efficient aircraft provided to our distinguished customers among airlines. Well, of course, big commitment in terms of defense and security, as you're going to see, and also in business jets. Starting with our people, and it is important if you allow me to share this information with you and with the distinctive audience in terms of where you might see opportunities in some of your cases, some of you more opportunities to work with us based on what we are doing today. We keep a very strong commitment in terms of preparing engineers. We have for about 20 now an internal program to develop our own engineers in Brazil. And of course, we also have initiatives outside Brazil to strengthen our knowledge base and to bring and continue to lead in some areas in terms of our engineering capability. And that certainly connects with innovation and technology. You see a very simple matrix in terms of our diversification. You probably know us better by our products, as just mentioned, in terms of commercial aviation. So we're talking about known markets and known products and services, and also business aviation, where we started to do a stronger investment in around 2005, but also known markets like defense. Today, we have other opportunities where we are working also with European partners, like, for instance, in space. We are working with the Brazilian government. We have a company called Visiona, a partnership with the national communication company Telebras, where we are using and there was a decision of the Brazilian company to work with a Thales Alenia, so that there's a European satellite in this very strategic project for the Brazilian government, where we are contributing as well from the beginning. We also have a big project in terms of border surveillance, where we have a project for 17,000 kilometers of Brazilian border, new competencies where beyond building airplanes, we are developing other competencies where we need the best possible partners. And of course, also here, our C390 Millennium, where we are proud to have already 2 European customers beyond the Brazilian government, and suddenly very important partners in terms of the development and the construction and the assembly of these aircraft. Not only our plants here in Portugal, but also strong customer, a strong supplier base in countries like Germany, France, the UK, and our risk-sharing partners in the Czech Republic. Then, in terms of new markets and new products, mentioning to Embraer X, where we started to announce our first orders in the first project, especially with our launch customer, the Alo helicopter, where we might reach 200 eVTOLs to starting to be delivered in 2026, and also in Brazil. Very recently announced a partnership with a big helicopter company called Helisul, also in a project that might reach 50 eVTOLs and develop this market also in Brazil. So we are taking our first steps in terms of our eVTOL, and our urban mobility business has a disruptive and a business where we are again trying to diversify based on what we do. And again, new markets where, for instance, from 2005, we made the development of smaller jets and what we call the entry-level jets, and introducing new customers to jet products. Maybe as we spoke already this morning about the programs, and we try to be good customers of the EU-sponsored programs, and we've been participating in EU-funded proposals since 2006. We would like to share with you these 10 verticals, so areas where we are doing work already. Well, today we don't have the time to go into detail, but of course we certified in 2004 the first aircraft to fly in ethanol only, the Ipanema, and now we are working on its electrification, also with the involvement of ADP, the Portuguese energy company, also based in Brazil. Urban mobility, autonomy, of course, very important for us as well, and platform-based services, and the advanced manufacturing and design, the 4.0, where we look at our own manufacturing capabilities here in Portugal, where we have, for instance, OGMA and our 2 plants and 1 research center in the city of Évora that probably some of you already gave us the pleasure to visit. So in terms of disruptive innovation, just mentioned the Embraer X projects and announcements. So we have been developing also with the UK CAA and Australia and Air Service Australia. We are developing certainly not only the product, but very much the ecosystem. It's very important to have everything going together. It was discussed already this morning when we talk about these flying vehicles, all the regulatory aspects, all the technology. It is very important to work across the whole ecosystem. And in our case, our 2 announcements are related also with helicopter operators. So in a way, we're trying to see which aspects related with helicopters are there that can also be used and validate to this new what we call, and we believe it is truly a disruptive business in terms of some next aspects and future aspects of mobility. Certainly at the same time, we keep our good investments in and from our partners in the current products and in the current aircraft, and for that purpose, we keep our commitment in terms of these 3 main goals of climate change. This is not a novelty for you, as we are all together in the industry in addressing this kind of challenges and developing the technology base and the knowledge base to develop them further. So just to update you on our global presence, we have our direct operations in the United States, also in Europe, but of course we remain a Brazilian headquartered company in all our business units, and with an important center of gravity in terms of decision in Brazil, but of course keeping a presence more or less significant in terms of physically wise in different areas of the planet. Also, hopefully an important information, we have joint ventures and affiliate outside Brazil in countries like Mexico, in the UK, here in Portugal. So, and of course in Brazil, that we use as well to diversify. And in that effort to diversify, we try to exceed the expectations, perform our way, and then we see that reflected in our recent products, like just to mention the E2 family, now our most recent airline already in operation, where we look at areas and partners to continue to develop technologies and mature technologies that help us to differentiate our products. Also in executive aviation, where we are proud to keep the most delivered aircraft in this area, the Phenom 300. Also other products that we continue to develop and introduce innovation from cabin to aerodynamics and differentiated factors. In defense and security, just already mentioned to you our new generation C390 Millennium. Of course, always aspects to customize, always aspects to develop further, and a constant dialogue with the industry to address the aspects where we continue to strengthen the innovation aspects of the C390, the Super Tucano, an advanced trainer with other functions as well, which we see always as a platform to differentiate and to develop new solutions. And also just to give you very briefly an idea of our diversification, I mentioned OGMA here in Portugal, where we have MRO and modification of aircraft and also some manufacturing. But we have ATEC in terms of command and control and intelligence. It's a Brazilian-based company with some projects already outside Brazil, notably in India. Savis is responsible and now incorporated in Embraer with our project at border surveillance. And I already mentioned to you Visione as our space company, together with Telebrás, where we also work with international partners, not only to improve our projects in Brazil, but also to bring Visione to new opportunities outside Brazil. Finally, a last word regarding customer service. Even in terms of the size of our fleet, we're proud to see the size of our fleet increasing. So we would like to kindly invite the colleagues attending today's event also to look at this area. We have important operations in terms of services as we see our fleet increasing. So this is also an invitation to look at new technologies, not only in the digital area, but in terms of logistics, in terms of all the solutions that sometimes when we look at SMEs, we won international awards in projects with very small SMEs. So it's suddenly about the specific competences that are present in those companies. We all know how that can speed up the introduction of new ideas and new services and new products that can increase the value added to our customers. So we look at SMEs across the whole spectrum to see how the specific knowledge can help us to enhance what we do and to increase the value of what we do. And certainly the three areas we would like to keep in mind, we would be very glad for you to keep in mind is, of course, the planes that we develop, the planes that we improve, the services that we provide, and the new concepts and the new models for transport like Embraer X. Embraer X has been a very important experience for us in terms of not only looking at how we are developing the flying platform and the ecosystem, but also a very important gate for innovation to bring to aviation SMEs and expertise which are not regularly and not so familiar with aviation. So in that respect, we believe at Embraer that disruptive projects are very important to bring on board new players. We know today there are less programs, there are less OEMs, so it is important to have this cross cooperation with other industries. And again, disruptive initiatives and the ambitions, goals for the future in terms of sustainability is a strong invitation to have on board new players, additional players, and the best knowledge we can gather to differentiate our products and our services and comply with our commitments when we think, again, about the environment, sustainability, and the future. So this is what we had to share with you today. Of course, you know where to find us. Again, thank you very, very much for inviting us. It's always special for us to talk about what we do, to play the role we can play in terms of collaborating with Europe and bringing forward the goals also here in the continent. Thank you, Juan, so much.
Thank you, João Pedro, very much for explaining the footprint of Embraer in a number of areas, the value chain, the geography, and so on. You know that the words from Embraer are always particularly paid attention to, especially in the Basque Country, where I think we owe you the development of the aeronautic sector. So there were two factors. One was the Eurofighter for motors, and the second was Embraer with Gamesa. And out of those two ropes. No, the whole ecosystem was developed in the early 90s. So thanks for your
Juan,
words.
it's a great story. We have to thank you because you believe in us in the mid-90s. You learn how to do very good wings that we proudly fly in our 145 family and then new projects. So we are the ones who have to thank you for believing in us at such a difficult moment in the mid-90s.
Thank you. I think it's indeed a very nice story, and that's moreover a lesson to be learned for the future. You know, that the bets in the powerful partnerships and new technologies are the ones who really create the value and the jobs. So thank you, João Pedro. Okay, so now it's time to progress and jump into our next speaker in the list. So we are moving to talk. We go back to Germany and talk to Elisa Bakardziva and Lennart May. They work for Lufthansa Technik, and Elisa is head of supply and contract management in the Lufthansa Technik, and Lennart is head of corporate procurement intelligence and cash management. So welcome to the conference. Guten Morgen und herzlich willkommen zu EACP. Du hast den Boden. Danke.
So, thank you very much for the introduction. My name is Elisa Bakardzieva, and today, together with my colleague Lennart May, we are really honored to be speakers in this conference while representing to you how Lufthansa Technik supply chain operations developed during the crisis and some insights about the way we are planning to go forward. For the ones who don't know our company structure, we prepared a very brief company overview. Lufthansa Group is divided into 5 main business segments. Network airlines ranked among the world's leading carriers, the newly established independent low-cost carrier Eurowings, Lufthansa Technik being the leading provider of maintenance, repair, and overhaul services in the world's airline businesses and logistics and catering business units. But being focused on the MRO organization, more specifically, in the context of the challenges we are facing as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic situation, we can share that unfortunately, it had a significant impact on our key figures last year, and they were far below our initial expectations at the beginning of 2020. The main reason for this was triggered by the flight operations of our customers, which were heavily affected. Our customers flew at highest 50% of their 2019 levels. This is reflected in our figures as well, as you can see. In 2020, our revenue was 3.7 billion euros compared to 6.9 billion euros in 2019. And our purchasing volume was 2.4 billion euros compared to 5.2 in 2019. That's less than 50%. An interesting key side here is that this ratio shows how significant and important the purchasing for Lufthansa Technik is, regardless of the crisis situation. And last but not least, we are very proud to share that despite all the tough circumstances in the aviation industry, we still managed to acquire 60 new customers and concluded 500 contracts in 2020, which is actually a proof that Lufthansa Technik is considered as a leading MRO services provider on the market. Having in mind how essential the supply chain area and the purchasing respectively in our companies, it is important here to mention that we have a very strong organization integrated into its structure, which we believe is one of the key success factors for coping with the crisis as one company successfully. Talking about the structure, Here, we differentiate corporate procurement, acting as a process owner for both the strategic and operative purchasing processes, and we have material management services and logistics integrated in the other business segments accountabilities. It's very interesting to share how our strategic purchasing is organized. It is currently centralized today in the corporate procurement organization and is split into two main clusters: contracting on one side and supplier and contract management on the other side. Contracting includes activities with pure focus on demand management, contracts negotiations, source to contract, contract operationalizations, and category management. And in the other cluster of the strategic purchasing organization, the clear focus on on-time performance of the suppliers, monitoring them strictly, renegotiating with them, developing the suppliers depending on the business needs of the company, and taking care about the claim management and supplier ranking. Although the process ownership is with corporate procurement, here it's interesting to share that the operational purchasing processes are currently decentralized, or the so-called procure to pay activities. They are still performed by the business segments in our organization, and partially are centralized in the Lufthansa Technik Service Center. This is actually an offshoring division in Sofia for procurement and material management tasks, organizationally part of Lufthansa Technik Sofia. Having provided you now with a brief overview of the Lufthansa supply chain procurement organization and its role, now we are pleased to share with you how the company, and more specifically the procurement organization, reacted to the crisis. First of all, similar to many of us already shared during the presentation that we saw, we associate the crisis and the challenges in it with great uncertainty, unpredictability, going upside down, and volatile induction, respectively. As a reaction to the crisis, we planned various measures and initiatives during the crisis, and we divide them into short-term and long-term ones. At the beginning of the crisis, our first priority was, of course, the short-time measure, and it was to review and implement all possible ways of securing liquidity and expenditure avoidance. This included external expenditure freeze, project freeze, recruitment freeze, as well as immediate purchasing volumes reduction and cancellations, payment terms prolongation in the cases when it was possible to be agreed with our suppliers. Once having worked on the short-term solution and ensuring stable cash management process, Lufthansa Technik started the future program RISE. Maybe some of you have heard about it. It's a long-term initiative, and its goal is to make necessary adjustments to overcome the crisis and remain #1 MRO provider for our customers. More interestingly, in that context is the sub-program Rise at Procurement that already started in corporate procurement during the last months and is currently led with a strong focus on reorganization, process harmonization and standardization, clear roles and responsibilities, all aiming at cost efficiency. For example, referring to the decentralized operational purchasing process today that I just informed you about, one of our goals in the program is to create Center of Excellence for Operative Purchasing and create a standardized, harmonized operative purchasing process with the highest level of automation. Number of other initiatives were activated with main purpose to improve our supply chain conditions, provide transparency and ensuring flexibility. However, if you ask us what was the biggest advantage for us in the crisis, we all unite around how successfully and jointly we work with our suppliers and partners who really helped us to dynamically react to our customers' demands and fulfill our performance promises towards them, despite the volatile induction and the really strict cash management demands in Lufthansa Technik. And now I have the pleasure to give the floor to my colleague, Lennart May, who will share with you some more insights about our way going forward.
Thank you, Elisa. Buenos días, hola a todos, also from my side. Elisa has already talked about how procurement or supply chain measures have been implemented over the last couple of months, and we have noticed during the crisis that it's very important for us to be able to react quite fast to changing circumstances. And therefore, we want to put ourselves in a position from which we can better identify fields where those measures Elisa has just talked about can be especially effective. Therefore, we have shortly founded a procurement intelligence team within our corporate procurement organization with the goal to use data analytics and to identify action fields on how we can become sustainably better. With many projects and initiatives, we aim to increase data quality and transparency, and we are very convinced that our efforts in procurement intelligence enable us to become more efficient. For instance, data collection for a buyer who's preparing a negotiation. We have to, and we want to, identify process deviations even better, especially recurring process deviations. So being able to either adapt the process if necessary, or to, for example, train the employees on how to really perform the process. So having transparency there in terms of being process compliant and then saving time and money, obviously. It shall also put us in the position to identify procurement risks. Procurement risks can be from different nature, can be availability problems, very long lead times for certain materials, can be price, very high price developments, can be risks because of missing contracts. So being aware of those things, and that brings me to the next point, in order to become, or to enable ourselves to derive prioritizations and allocation of resources from this very analysis. So once we identify that we have a procurement risk for price, for instance, or that we don't have technologies covered under contracts also, that we then can allocate our resources to the projects or initiatives where the resources can make the biggest difference, because as we all know, resources are always quite scarce. And last but not least, on the left side, we want to challenge existing KPIs, tools, methods. So of course, we want to challenge whether we are measuring the right things. Are we measuring them correctly? Are we measuring them on the same level or the same way throughout the whole organization? So making or creating much transparency, enabling ourselves to have a much better view of what's going on within the company. And that brings me to the right-hand side of the chart. So what we're just doing, I just mentioned at the beginning of the presentation that we have founded this team quite shortly. So we are at the moment developing a procurement intelligence strategy, which will be continuously developed further, of course. But we want to create a landscape of what we want to achieve over the next years. What kind of transparency do we want to create? Where do we see the biggest potentials in reducing costs, reducing time, increasing resource efficiency, and so on. We want to establish a procurement intelligence operation, which means creating or having a team creating standard reports, both for management level, but also for buyers, creating ad hoc reports for very special cases with suppliers, for instance, when we have very complex supplier structures or contract structures or performance structures, so that our negotiators and supply managers, the differentiation Elisa just has described, get to the best point of being able to having the best transparency over the data. And we really want to foster data-driven decision-making in that regard. We also want to develop a full impact analysis of our contracts, obviously. So getting a view of how do our contracts really impact our production costs, where do we contribute to them, making a comparison between contracts and sales, purchasing and sales contracts, to getting a feeling on where we need to improve. Also, we want to establish a cross-functional procurement intelligence community, meaning even though we are located in corporate procurement, but Elisa has just described that our procurement organizations are distributed also within the BU, so it's very important for us to create this community and this transparency over the whole Lufthansa Technik organization, to getting everyone involved, because only then we can create the highest impact we're aiming for. And lastly, this is the one mostly going into the future. We want to develop and also implement, of course, advanced use cases, which go in the direction of forecasting and simulating, so that we really are able from our data to anticipate developments, be it on a pricing level, be it on contract level, be it on technology level, to be able to be very proactive in our actions, to ensure the best for our procurement and supply chain organization in Lufthansa Technik. So that is from my side. Thank you very much for the opportunity to present here. Elisa and I, we are very happy to share some thoughts. And of course, we are both very much looking forward to questions later on in the Q&A session.
Thank you very much, Elisa and Lennart, for this interesting talk about the perspective on Lufthansa Technik. I have to say that we are 15 minutes late in the corresponding schedule. It's not, of course, for you to be blamed. It's an aggregation of the 5 minutes here and there. But I think it's worth deserving the appropriate time, and I'm sure the audience will agree that 15 times extra is a good investment. So the last speaker this morning session is Federico Masobrio. Federico is coming from Thales Alenia Space, and we are jumping the topic into space, deep space exploration. So that's going really to stimulate the principal curiosity of humankind in the boundaries of our civilization. So that's great to listen to you, Federico. As a senior engineer that has been working over 30 years in space-related matters in the International Space Station, Columbus, the crew rescue vehicle, the CRV, the Expert Space Rider, and many other programs. So I think we are really fascinated about the topic, and we want to listen to you. What's next? What technology capacities we have to build to arrive to the next human milestones? Buongiorno e benvenuto, Federico. Tu hai il pavimento per parlare a noi di questo topico.
Grazie mille. Thank you, Juan Thomas, for your kind introduction. I hope you see my screen and you listen and you hear me correctly, properly. Okay, so thank you very much to the organizer for having invited me to participate to such an amazing event. And I will try to address in my speech the technological needs that the new space economy is more and more pushing, as seen from the perspective of a large system integrator. And I will focus our experience and roadmaps for space exploration. That's my field of okay, here it is. Let's start from the big picture. In many ways, space is a resource. As is the case for all basic resources, everybody should have access to it. As for terrestrial resources, new business models for their exploitation are possible. As an example, let's consider water. Water is a precious resource, and you don't need to be an expert in hydraulic water plants or whatever. You just need to have a provider of infrastructure bringing water to you and a lot of other users. And that's what we would like to do for space. We want to be a provider. The fact that space is a precious resource is a well-known concept. And space is a perfect viewpoint on both our planet and the universe. It's a high-performance research laboratory with conditions that cannot be replicated on Earth. And it's a strategic link with our ground-based infrastructure and service. And in the future, it will become a source of supplies, materials, and energy. Access rights shall be ubiquitous. Access to knowledge, scientific and technological. New horizon to build a better, sustainable life on Earth. Positioning, connecting, protecting, developing new knowledge. And no single nation can afford to undertake the challenge alone. New models are possible. No need to own a system end-to-end. The user can focus on their goal, not on the system they need. Commercializations. Public-private partnership, PPP approach. That's a new approach that's emerging. Less monopoly by government and agencies, more room for industrial and private initiatives. And how would Thales Alenia Space fit in this big picture? We think that infrastructure shall be affordable, user-centric, flexible, and multi-mission. We believe to have the right heritage and the right mindset to be part of this. We have more than 40 years experience in human spaceflight, which is the next wave of space usage. We are always looking for new fruitful partnership, and we are open to challenge and improve our approach to business and products. We are supporting industrialization and commercialization of space through an integrated portfolio of platforms. For very different locations, we are talking about low Earth orbit, lunar surface, and beyond, with different partners and customers, agencies, small, medium enterprise, big prime contractors, different nationalities, targeting very different use cases, experimentation, surveillance, technology development, short missions. And finally, we bet on private investment in space and PPP with agencies. Industrialization and subsequent commercialization of Columbus. Let's start from an old infrastructure, the International Space Station. It's already old. We contributed to build it, and we have been taking care of the station and of Columbus in particular since its birth. We still do with Altec, a joint venture between Thales Alenia Space and Italian Space Agency. And now, in close cooperation with ESA and other space companies, we are planning to modernize and to improve the offer for experimentation for the next year to come. And speaking about commercial exploitation of the International Space Station, this is a really good example. The scientific airlock we developed in business to business with NanoRex. Its purpose is to deploy CubeSats and minisats and to expose payload to outer space. Bishop, this is the nickname, has been delivered to the space station quite a short time ago. And to enable the utilization of ISS, you have to reach it with payloads and to maintain it operational. And that is what we are doing through Cygnus in partnership with Northrop Grumman. This is a great success story. At industry level, an agreement was signed more than 10 years ago, and then the adventure of the commercial resupply of the space station started. With Cygnus pressurized cargo module, we are ensuring a long-lasting capability for cargo transfer to the station. And we are going beyond. We are constantly pushing the technological boundaries to improve the performance of our system and make it more capable to the benefit for our customers. And we are thinking about the next generation of vehicles, able to go further and service new purpose like lunar logistics. And an important remark, this has been made possible by investment made by our government that through the Italian Space Agency managed to start the space station development. Based on that investment, Thales Alenia Space and our supply chain, including the excellence of Italian small medium enterprises, grew and became a major actor in human spaceflight, so strong that we could win contracts worldwide in business to business. This, I believe, is the virtuous example on how public funding can be properly used. The next step of LEO exploitation will be represented by private stations after the International Space Station ISS will be dismissed. We are providing our competence and heritage in habitable system for Axiom Space, for what has been labeled the first commercial space station, and aims to be the trade union between the ISS and what will come next. Reusability. Commercialization of space is not just going out there, do some cool stuff and stop. It also means to bring something back and drawing economic return from it. And therefore, after the successful flight of the intermediate experimental vehicle, and you see in the picture, in 2015 with Space Rider, we and Avio are bringing back to Europe the ability to re-enter from space after an operational period in LEO, therefore opening new routes for commercial exploitation as a complement to the ISS offer. The next frontier beyond LEO is the Moon. We are supplying the habitats and infrastructure to ESA, IHAB and Esprit, and at business-to-business level to Northrop Grumman, HALO. In this picture, you see the rendering of the future Lunar Orbital Platform Gateway, LOPG. That's a mini station in a equilibrium orbit around the Lagrangian point between Earth and Luna, that for the basis for future lunar exploration. And from lunar orbit to Moon surface, we are developing main building blocks for the pressurized cabin of NASA Human Lander. This is done under both an US-Italy government-to-government agreement implemented by ASI and NASA through business-to-business initiative. At the same time, we are developing for ESA, as one of the two selected European prime contractors, the European Large Lunar Lander, EL3, and the Cislunar Logistic Transfer Vehicle, CLTV. These systems will play a fundamental role for Europe in providing a landing and logistics service to lunar surface and orbital users. We go to the Moon to stay. We are ready to support our government and ASI in a cooperation program with US government and NASA for the first infrastructure element of the lunar base. So we and the whole Italian supply chain will shape the first lunar infrastructure, a surface habitat, but also opportunities will come for pressurized rover, cargo, and more. And the lunar base will have to be supported by an infrastructure of communication, you see in the top right, navigation and time. Thales Alenia Space and Telespazio and other industries are preparing this new exciting commercial venture. And okay, now in the picture, well, this is just a plan at the moment. This will be the next step. But sooner or later, we will get there and we will exploit Moon and asteroids resources, and stay tuned. And finally, to connect back to the beginning of this presentation, I said that we see the potential for a new global economic force, benefiting the life of all people in ways we might not be even able to envision today. We believe in space as humankind's new horizon to build a better, sustainable life on Earth. And that's all. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very much. Federico, for this inspiring final conference. We keep in our dreams the last pictures that you are presenting to us. So it's really amazing. So okay, I think now it's the last slot of our morning, of our long morning, where we can have the chance to interact with the speakers. So we already talked to the representative of Boeing, to Kelly, but we have now our 4 speakers in front of us, and you can use the chat to send some final questions. We have a lot of them, so we have to get a little bit condensed and organized. So let me start with Airbus, with Christian. There is a number of perspectives and visionary scenarios trying to imagine the aerospace industry of the future. One is related to electropropulsion. No, this will be an issue of megawatts, and therefore it has to be light megawatts, and maybe that is related to superconductivity. So you that are an expert in materials, and will we have ferric materials for aeroplanes that can produce these superconductive electric propulsion motors that can fly in the planes? By when do we expect to have electrical propulsion in the airplanes?
Okay, it's quite a complex question, I must say. So we are working very integrated with several teams, to understand the different challenges. Let's say starting with hydrogen, the storage, then the converter, for example, the fuel cell, and then of course then also the electrical part and the power distribution. So, and it is clear that on top of the structural performance of the materials, you would then have to cope with such new requirements coming. And superconductivity is something we are looking at for distributing networks. However, it is quite complex. You really bring down the challenge to where you can really tackle it on a material level and the integration level. So it's quite really complex to answer. Yeah, we have the pathway and the timelines which were shown with the vision to have the zero-E products entering markets in the middle of the 30s. So I have to answer it, sorry, in such a vague format. Sorry for that. Yeah.
You are muted, Juanto.
Excuse me, I didn't notice I was mute. We have a question for João Pedro Breyer, and that is related to the eVolt program. So they are asking about what skills are you requiring in that particular program?
Well, thank you for the question. We are linking the program as an integrator of some of our verticals of innovation. So it ends up in a very not in a quite obvious answer in terms of the critical aspects of the ecosystem that must be in place. There's a long-term vision in terms of being an autonomous system. So autonomy is important, navigation, link with the air traffic management, work with regulation. So fortunately, it's being a disruptive area is very challenging and attractive for different sets of engineering skills. But the best possible answer is it ends up with all these aspects that need to be brought together to build a very dynamic and demanding ecosystem.
Thank you, João Pedro. There's a question for Elise and Leonard related to the government support during COVID. So how does this help produce the effect in Lufthansa Technik during this long period of 1 year with very few operations?
So the question is directed on how we at Lufthansa Technik use the government support. Is that right?
how important it was that, and maybe what was the practical effect that happened in your operations?
Okay, so from the government support, of course, Lufthansa Group as a whole received a credit, not Lufthansa Technik as such, but the group, it's a credit, it's not a gift, it's just we have to pay it back with high interest. And of course, the operations were affected quite heavily. Turnover sunk to about 50%, 55% of what we had in 2019. Our profits, the same. So the profit we had in 2019, in 2020, we had a minus in front of it. So it all went away. Of course, it's a very, very hard and critical time for us. I think Lufthansa Technik still has a benefit compared to the Lufthansa Airlines in terms of their global operations and locations, because Asia and USA or the Americas, they recovered a little bit quicker than Europe did. So that was a benefit from us compared to the airline, which is just operating out of Germany, and in Germany it goes very, very slowly. But still, I mean, 50% turnover, not even 50% procurement volume, big loss. So we tried to really reduce all efforts we did to what is operationally critical. So we stopped our projects, and so we just did what was operationally critical to serve our customers, because that's always the first priority, and everything else we put on hold, and we used in the short-term possibility we have in Germany where you can receive some compensation, about 60% of the compensation from the state if people are not working.
Okay, well done. Thank you. There's a question for Federico, and that is related to, again, the crisis and how SMEs have approached the sector that has been less influenced by the crisis, like the space. So I guess that the newcomers, SME newcomers with a number of capacities have touched maybe your door. What is TAS doing to support this welcoming of SMEs into space?
Oh, yes, indeed. Not only, let's say, pushed by the COVID emergency situation, there is a growing platform of SMEs who are facing and tackling the space business in a very exciting and very smart way. So, okay, we may see on some time, from a certain point of view, as competitors for some aspects, but definitely it's to be considered a plus, because SME have a very quick time to react, quick time to market, very smart ideas. Maybe sometimes, okay, direction could be, too much spread or around 360 degrees, but out of them, excellence very often appears. And in fact, for instance, in the Italian space economy initiatives, we are involved in sometimes more than 50–60% of our share of large programs with SMEs in particular. For instance, in this period of time, we are working on the lunar infrastructures, and we are talking about small sat constellation to provide for telecommunication, or resource utilization, mobility, surface mobility. It's a very challenging and very enthusiastic momentum, I would say.
Thank you, Federico. We have another question for Christian. There's one was related to hydrogen and safety, but I think you partially covered it in your last comment. There is another one talking about additive manufacturing and metal powder. So what is the current share of this technology, and what is the expected importance of additive manufacturing in the next years?
You're on mute, Christian.
Christian, you're on mute. Yeah.
Yes. So powder bed, it's a very important technology for us. However, maybe we have been falling a little bit short in really exploiting all the opportunities coming along, because we have also been discovering on the way some challenges. For example, when the surface treatment effects, the fatigue performance, things like that. And then we also learned a lot about the business cases and how they can evolve. However, we are following that. We are ramping up some production. And let's make a little bit the loop into the future, where things like heat exchangers you might be envisaging with powder bed technologies, and there the powder bed really gives opportunities in having very specific designs. Here you can build very small with back cuts, etc. You still have to have your surface treatment technologies in the 3D volume. You have to consider this, and then also for let's say advanced powders, advanced materials, bring that in. Yeah, you really have to differentiate if you're going for titanium or aluminium, or if you are alloys, or if you are mixing materials. Multi-material is something we are looking at there to tailor your materials to your needs, which is also quite important for in the context of electrification, what we touched on. Thank you. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Christian. Very interesting. João Pedro, we have a question here related to your the Embraer positioning into space. You were mentioning border surveillance of 17,000 kilometers. Do you have an open continuous program related to space, and do you position yourselves into small satellites, or you are into a more traditional strategy?
Thank you for the question. Yes, we are looking at small satellites. Our satellite project company still has a strong center of gravity in Brazil with the national program. But yes, we keeping an eye on smaller satellites as well, and we in the context of our work, we've been listening to companies and looking at specialized companies, and also in Europe, to see what is there in Europe, what type of opportunities can be forged together. So yes, we take a close look at that. The border surveillance is more on the side of Savis, which is now incorporated into Embraer. It's a more integrated projects with different type of platforms collaborating together to deliver that project to the Brazilian government, and certainly a flagship project that we also will look at international opportunities to use that know-how.
Okay, João Pedro, thank you. I have a question for Elisa, and that is that was more or less posed before for Kelly, and that is how digitalization is transforming your MRO operations.
Should I take that one, Elisa? Yeah. Okay.
Yes, I can add if there is something. Thank you.
All right. So in general, of course, digitalization plays a great role in our MRO operations. I mean, we have at Lufthansa Technik, we have the Aviatar, which is a platform for predictive maintenance, where airlines can follow on the status on their components. For example, when their aircrafts are in operation, that's one aspect. And then, of course, for our expertise, when it comes to supply chain or procurement, obviously as well, it plays a huge role. I mean, especially through the optimal use of resources, because with transparency, being able to have transparency of where we can be most effective or most efficient, that can lead to huge savings in procurement, and of course also in collaboration on different aspects when we have projects within the whole Lufthansa Group, not only Lufthansa Technik but also the airlines involved, having tools, IT solutions which enable us to collaborate on for tailored for supply management, tailored for procurement projects, for instance. That helps a lot. And last but not least, of course, automation, especially in the more operational side, with recurring transactions. Automation plays, of course, a huge role.
Yeah, and actually what I can add is to refer to our presentation where we shared with you that it's our really main purpose to become flexible, to react fast, and to keep a very good readiness, satisfying our customers, and having in mind that the induction in the MRO side is very volatile, and we expect to have it remain like that. We really hope for having that tools we are currently developing, really working and continue satisfying our customers' needs as a first priority for us.
Thank you, Lisa. I think we have a last question for Federico. There were here a number of topics. So there's questions about Venus and the last two announced missions recently. There is questions on commercialization of space, and one that perhaps we could link to this one, and that is, what is the future of ISS? No? Now it's funny that we were looking at what was happening to the debris of the Chinese rocket coming back to Earth, and we were very concerned for obvious reasons. But we were not so concerned about the fact that China is building a space station for the next 20 years. So what is the future of what is next after ISS?
Yes, it's a nice question. Indeed, the International Space Station has paved the way for the utilization of at least low Earth orbit. But then the next step is what I call the commercialization. That is, provide the service to be able to use space. That's the principle. It's not, let's say, an extensive use of, I don't know, minerals on the moon. This is not the case. Is to give access. And for instance, this Axiom Space Initiative is planning to remodernize the space station, giving access also to private people, private enterprise, which may use microgravity for not only research, but also, for instance, for on-orbit manufacturing of some samples, biological medicine. We have seen that, for instance, in this experimental phase, that some seeds of micro-G molecules could be used then on ground to be reproduced and to have then medicine with a different quality. And that's one of the example of commercialization. Then for I don't know, external other planets or moon, maybe moon would be another step out of the first and next ones for commercialization. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much, Federico. So I think it's 5 minutes late. So in the end, we did our job and catch up with the agenda. So on behalf of EGAN, from this tiny place in Europe, I think it was a tiny place, but still big enough to host such a big partners like all the speakers over here. So we were really proud, and all the huge audience that has joined. So maybe it's only a symptom, but this morning to me was a few seconds. So I really enjoyed it, and my impression was that it all went so interesting that we didn't look too much at the clock. Let me remind the audience that this is only the beginning. So we have in front of us 3 days of B2B interactions. That it's perhaps where the real enterprise interests can be implemented. So don't forget to work out your agendas and use those opportunities of the next 3 days for the best. So thank you very much. Grazie mille, muito obrigado. Danke sehr. I'm looking forward to the next occasion to be joined all together. Thank you.
Thank you, Juan.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you.